Hello, hello. Think I'm all prepared, and I think, God willing, all of my alerts and sounds should be working today. I sure hope so. Anyway, we're back with Fata Morgana. Damn, I think this game has warped me. I was having dreams about severed arms, and I'm like, it's this freaking game. It's this freaking game has been warping me. Oh god. So, oh gosh, what else? Yeah, I've been thinking about this game a lot. And we're very quickly catching up to the Festival of Death, so I guess we're gonna see how that goes. And I'm pretty sure we're looking through Maria's point of view right now, so I should start as Maria. Gotta get back into character, it's been a few days. Word through the grapevine was the Lord and his bodyguards spent a lot of time at the new church. A nun, everyone called the Saintess, worked there, handing out some kind of miracle elixir. I assumed it was her that he had business with, but his business didn't matter so much as the fact that he was there. There was no way I was getting through the fortifications around his manor on the hill, but the church wouldn't be nearly as well protected. So you thought. Last night, I snuck onto the grounds to survey the area, and there was no sign of any guards or people at all. So it wouldn't likely be difficult for me to slip into the building and hide there until he showed up. And that's in the thing that didn't really happen. That's when she bumped into Michelle, but Michelle's not here. So what happens to her otherwise? Tonight, I brought everything. I was going all in. These past 4 years, my feelings for him have been, well, mixed, to put it lightly. I knew damn well he wasn't the same man I grew up with. But a part of me deep down wanted to believe that man was still there. He's just suppressed it extremely far down. That maybe he had some reason and I just wasn't seeing it. That is why, that is true, but also he's done enough bad that's inexcusable enough now, but he did have reasons you weren't seeing. That I was misinterpreting him somehow. But if I was right and the old Jacopo was gone, I would settle it once and for all tonight. It's quiet in there. Doors locked tight. Figures. Now with that out of the way, how do I want to get in? Could break a window. I'd rather not make that much noise, though. Mel? Now, who do we have here? He's heading for the mansion. Maybe he's got a key. I was gonna bail if I ran across anyone, but that might not be necessary. How much longer am I gonna have to deal with this? And I can't believe he's holding a festival. He's gotta be out of his mind. I'm too tired to worry about this tonight. Don't move. Poor Mel. He can never catch a break. Huh? What? Oh, and no squealing either. One peep and this little baby will carve you a brand new mouth. The knife she got engraved. What? Who are you a thief? I don't want your shit. I just want you to answer a couple of questions. You can do that for me. You get to keep your throat in one piece. What do you want from me? What are you doing here? The Lord comes by here pretty often, right? I want to have a little chat with him. Are you out of your mind? I can't let you see the Lord. Oh, all right. Nighty-night then. Wait. I'm not fucking around. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna cover for him and say your prayers and curse your bad luck. What's it gonna be, little man? Don't hurt me, please. Where's the Lord? He's not here. Well, it was nice knowing you. Slow down. He's not here now, but he'll be here at dawn. Is that so? I'm not comfortable saying any more out here. Someone might see us. It'll be safer if we go to my room. We can talk more there. And how do I know you're not gonna split the second I let go? I swear. I don't know you either, but you're not here to just talk to the Lord, are you? I'm doing what he says, but not because I agree with him. So if anything, I'm on your side. You're better at sucking dick than most of the prostitutes I know. Mel! Mel! Oh no! Poor Mel! She got him! He's never recovering from that. Poor Mel. He just needs to die in that spot right now, because he's never coming back from that. Oh my god. I mean it. At the very least, we can't have a productive conversation if we're both on edge like this. Man, he is taking that L extremely gracefully. I cannot believe this. Huh, you got a decent head on your shoulders with someone who is within seconds of losing it. All right, you convinced me. Lead the way, little man. But if you so much as breathe suspiciously, your head will roll. I get it. On your feet. Glad I ran into someone without a spine. Goodness gracious. I definitely have trouble sleeping after this fight to kill a complete stranger. Well, I'm glad you have a conscience, Maria. Well, nice looking room you got for yourself, little man. So, the Lord's gonna be here bright and early, you said. But why? Well, daytime, I'd understand if he was here to play friendly with all his followers. But no one's gonna be here at the ass crack of dawn. They're not his followers. The patrons of the church are true believers in the Word of God. Can't say I'm convinced. Looks more to me like he's built himself a damn cult. Now, my question? The Lord has important business to attend to in the mornings. I'm not stupid. I'm asking what his business is. I can't tell you that. Only that he'll be here early in the morning. You think I'm just gonna take you at your word? Oh, I can't tell you why, but I promise he'll be here. It's really, really important, so just wait here till morning. So I sit on my thumbs, morning rolls around, and whoosh, I'm never seen again. That sound about right? No. And answer my question. What's he gonna be doing here so early? He's coming to check on some valuable assets. Say again? I help manage his assets. But not because I want to. He's threatening me. And what are these assets? It's, spit it out. I really can't. Anything but that. What if I say I'll kill you if you don't? Go right ahead. Threaten me all you want. That's the one thing I can never tell anyone. Because they'll make you disappear if you spill. It's not my safety I care about. It's my sister. They'll kill my sister if I tell anyone. So I can't say anything. You have a sister? She's my only family. I see. So the Lord's blackmailing you to help manage his assets. And as part of that, he's also holding your sister hostage. Not directly, but essentially, yes. That sick, rotten fuck. I don't have any family myself, but a few years back there was this girl who was like a sister to me. What? Oh. And he felt kind of the same way about her, or at least I thought. But now he's fallen so far, he's taken some kid's sister hostage. Maybe I'm reading into things, but do you actually know the Lord? I did. Like a former mistress or something? Oh, hell no! We grew up together, believe it or not. What? So you used to be a noble? No, you dingus! I didn't think so. You don't seem particularly dignified. Yep, just a dirty old whore here. Sorry to disappoint. Whoa, I never said that. Anyway, that's all you need to know about me and the Lord. All right. Now, what about you? You known him for long? About 6 months, maybe? So no, but you've been in regular contact with him that whole time. Tell me, what's he like these days? And don't worry, the knife's taking a nap. Just tell me whatever you can. I'm curious. I don't know much, but all right. The only time I really see the Lord is when we meet up to check in on his assets. We don't chat or anything like that. He always seems to be in a foul mood, and he gives me dirty looks whenever he sees me. Even though you're working together? Like I said, I'm not doing it because I want to. I just wound up in this position. Go on. I can tell you this, though. He's a monster. He's a cruel, evil, heartless man. No one with a conscience could do the things he doesn't care how much pain he causes, and anyone who doesn't fall in line is eliminated. His reputation's improving because he's got the Saintess vouching for him. But it's all a load of crap. He's a villain and a tyrant. Sounds just like the previous Lord. Huh? Previous Lord? You not from around here, little man? No. I lived somewhere far away and just sort of ended up here recently. Well, that explains it. There was a different guy on the throne up until around 4 years ago. He was a vicious, barbaric fuck who treated people like his playthings. He would murder slaves by the dozen just for shits. And he did some very bad things to a little girl. This new lord is exactly the same. People are just another commodity to him. Man or woman or child, he doesn't care as long as they're useful. He'll hurt people, he'll kill them, anything to get what he wants. I got that impression. After everything I've seen and heard, I was honestly hoping he'd tell me he wasn't as bad as the previous lord. I've heard enough. He's gone over the edge and there's no bringing him back. I was originally planning to talk to him, but that was never gonna work. He's a lost cause. So what are you going to do? I'm gonna make sure he can't shame himself any more than he has by putting an end to his miserable life. You want to see the Lord gone too, don't you? Get out of this shitty hole he's thrown you in. Because if you do, then stick your neck out and give me a hand. You know what'll happen if you keep on like this? Once your job's done, once he's done with you, you're gone. That's perfectly accurate. You're not stupid enough to think he'd let you live, are you? What'll it be? You're gonna go on being his obedient little bitch, or you gonna give him what's coming? All right. I'll help. Excellent. Your tailor must be damn skilled to accommodate balls that big. Maria! Maria's goddamn turns of phrase, right? Oh my goodness. And Mel just takes it all in stride. Honestly, I've been waiting 6 months for this. For someone to show up and give me a way out. Like Michelle in that other reality. While waiting for the sun to rise, me and the little man hashed out our plan of attack. The Lord kept a skilled bodyguard around at almost all times, so he wanted to avoid causing any trouble while they were together. He was only alone for a small window of time. When he arrived at the church each morning, he would first head to his private study unguarded. That was our chance. Time was limited, which meant we'd make it simple, move quickly. We had the element of surprise on our side, though. I could do this. No, there was no room for even the slightest uncertainty. I would do this. I didn't care about saving the people from an oppressive despot or anything grand and honorable like that. All I wanted was to stop an old friend from falling any further. That was my entire reason for assassinating the Lord of the Land. I wouldn't be a hero if I pulled it off. I'd be an insurgent. But to hell with my reputation. I'd be hunted down and killed for my crimes not long after anyway. Maria, you don't have to throw your life away like this. Jacopo, as your old friend, I'll join you on your trip to hell. Maria, no! You don't have to do that. Maria, you don't have to do that. And then, at long last, the moment arrived. Exactly as Mel had said, the Lord showed up at the mansion early next morning with a bodyguard in tow. The Lord disappeared into his study, and then the bodyguard headed for the chapel. Once he was out of sight, I glanced over at Mel and nodded. Who is it? It's me. There's something I need to talk to you about. We'll be seeing each other shortly anyway. Whatever it is, you can tell me then. It can't wait. It's important. And I don't want anyone to overhear. Is it about the assets? Yeah. Fine, come in. Here goes. I took a deep breath. Held it in. It would all be done in a matter of seconds. All our memories together, the time we shared, sent straight down to the grave. What? So long, Jacopo! I'll see you down in hell! However, not a thing went according to plan. My resolve rendered null in an instant. My confidence shattered like glass. My vengeance brushed aside like nothing. My outstretched knife hit empty air, and without even enough time to blink, my whole world shifted. I wasn't looking at my loathsome target's face, but the flat, unadorned ceiling above me. My body spun, and then something slammed against my back. With barely enough time to even gasp, I crashed into the floor. It all happened faster than the blink of an eye. He had me on the ground, knee pressed into my back, my arm twisted up into the air. I had him! I had the element of surprise! How could he? It's like he knew exactly what was coming. How could he react so quickly? You look perplexed. Well, unfortunately for you, I've seen my share of assassination attempts. But you, I wasn't expecting. Let me go! I thought, if anyone, you might be different. The hell are you going on about? You weren't even going to try to talk before killing me? There's nothing, to talk about. Not a goddamn thing! I heard what you've done, what you're doing. Well, credit where it's due. At least you didn't try to poison me. Either way, there's plenty you could have done better. Second-rate attempt at best. Gah! You rushed, knowing you didn't have much time, but you still could have used the fact that we've known each other most of our lives to get a little closer before pulling the knife. That would have increased your chances a little. Alternatively, you could have tried to distract me with your body, but I doubt you could swallow your pride long enough to do that. Shut your fucking... Get off me! Are you trying to break my arm? You would break an old friend's arm? Don't take me for a fool. You just tried to kill me, you conniving harlot. Fuck! You're a completely different man now! No, not even a man. A useless sack of flesh. Call me whatever you like. I've heard it all and more. Lord, the boy was sneaking about, so I apprehended him. Running away at the first sign of your grand plan going south. I see you still haven't grown a spine yet, have you, boy? You might have had a better chance if you both came at me together. Shall I kill him? Quit your drooling, dog. I want you to watch him. Make sure he doesn't try and run again. And what about the woman? She tried to attack you. Shall I kill her? Right ahead. Go right the fuck ahead. Kill me like you killed everyone else. Cut off my head, put it on a pike in the town square. Everyone? You know, you're right. Nearly everyone I can think of died by my hands. Gratien, the rest of the gang, and Jaren too. Excuse me, I thought Jaren died in the raid on the brothel, but just saying you killed her? That's right. It wasn't becoming the Lord that fucked you up. You were always on the other side. From the day we first met. I should have never trusted you. Fuck! So it was all bullshit, was it? Every last minute of it. It wasn't, Maria. It wasn't. He's stripping all the context away. Throw her somewhere I can't see her, dog. Why not just kill her? The last thing I need is people making a big fuss about a dead body showing up while we're preparing for the festival. It's not like a damn whore poses any real danger to me. Especially not with her arm bending backwards. We don't need to waste any more time concerned about her. She's gonna want to kill you 5 times more now, you know. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? You won't even fucking kill me. I came in here with no intention of coming back out. And you don't even have the decency to do that much for me. Shut your goddamn mouth already. Ugh. Leave your key here, dog. I'll handle our business alone today. So I just have to drag the whore out then. What a disappointment. Don't get any funny ideas. Just because I told you not to kill her doesn't mean you can sate your thirst with one of her arms or legs. You throw her out and nothing more. Understood? Clear as crystal, Lord. Then get out of here. I hate myself for ever thinking you were a good guy. Enjoy an eternity in hell, asshole. Now, how do you plan to make up for this mess you so kindly made for me? You know damn well how busy I am right now. I had no choice. She threatened me. Yes, you had no choice but to hole up with her until morning, and you had no choice but to lie about having business with me. Don't give me that look. Like I told the dog, I have no interest in creating any bodies during festival prep. So I'll let you off the hook for this one. What? And you'll swear you never do anything like this again. Yes, sir. I swear on my life. Excellent. Mel, you pussy liver. Shit. Okay. And with that, the books is settled. The only reason I didn't hit you in the face is because your damn sister would throw a fit. So be sure to thank her when you see her. And remember, never again. I guess he gave him an uppercut in the tummy. Hit right to the solar plexus. Hand over your key. So he's taking all 3 keys. Wow. Now get out of my sight. Yes, sir. I'm very sorry for everything, sir. Was it all bullshit, Maria? I'm beginning to wonder myself. Not even a word before coming at me with a knife. Not even a sliver of faith in me. I've been at this long enough, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Naive enough to think that maybe she would be different. That she would understand. No matter what anyone else said about me. Believe me when I said I really was trying to help. That I gave everything else up in hopes of improving their lives. God, I'm such a fool. How many times do I need to be reminded that no one's on my side anymore? She was right about me. I am just a useless sack of human flesh. I should head up to the tower. What's that? A necklace? Oh, was she holding the necklace and dropped it? Maria must have dropped it in the struggle. Oh, shit. So, what'd you get her? As your big sister, I'd be happy to check the present out before you give it to her. Make sure you don't make too big an ass out of yourself. Today's the day, right? You give her the present, then you finally tell her how you feel? When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. I was positive it had been taken or broken in the raid. But you've been holding on to it. You've kept it for all these years. I would have figured you'd have thrown it away by now. Necklace in hand, I made my way toward the observation tower. A thought bubbling up from the depths of my mind. It was a wretched, unsightly thing, which only swelled as I drew nearer. Never would I have conceived of such a monstrous notion of exploiting my old identity had this trinket not fallen back into my hands. I knew Morgana wasn't of sound mind, that the world she saw was a twisted falsehood. And though I couldn't see what delusions her mind was producing, it was evident that the man I was now and the boy she once knew were two distinct entities in it. So maybe if the old Jacopo was still good in her mind, she still remembered him fondly, and perhaps I could assume that role, much like I assumed the role of the Lord. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, this is very fucked up, Jacopo. By putting on that mask, I would be disregarding every horrible thing I had done to her. Every time I had come up here these past months to draw her blood. In that moment, there was no one in this whole wide world who had fallen so close to hell as I. And in that moment, I could no longer deny the madness that had taken root in my heart. The madness that had given rise to such a fancy. Are you actually gonna do that? Ah! Oh no! No! The CG, no! Ah! Why'd they have to draw him like that? Ah! Morgana. Do you know who I am? The Lord. What do you want with me? Are you here for... I don't have any. There's no blood left for you to take. That's right. I'm the Lord. I'm the man who's brought you a lifetime of pain. The man who locked you up in this tower. The man and the man who struck fear into your young heart 7 years ago. Yes, you did. I'll never forget. Now tell me, Morgana, do you know what this is? On your birthday 4 years ago, a young man was going to give you this necklace as a present. Do you remember that young man? Or have you forgotten? Forgotten? What a pleasant time that was. I can't say I'm surprised. You were always saying how much you hated staying at that brothel. Those 3 years were no more pleasant than any other time of your life. I remember him, and I remember those days. And do you remember them fondly? Yes. Well, that's great to hear. You can rest at ease, Morgana, because he's gonna be here soon, and that was the only time. What? That was the only time in my life when I was actually happy. Except for those years, my life's been nothing but pain and misery. But those days, they were warm. Everyone was so kind to me. They showed me love. It was all I had. The only happiness I ever had. No time in my life was better than that. But it was taken from me. I wish it had all just ended there. Oh, her words were like I'd plunged through thin ice. I could put on the best forged mask in all the world, but I would never again be the man in her memories. I could act exactly like him, but I would never be him. My hands were permanently stained with blood. The sharp smell of death hung around me like a cloud. I was a heartless killer, and anyone could see that. Never would I be able to smile like him, and never would I be able to share his dreams. The fact that I'd even had the idea to pretend to be my old self was proof in of itself that I was too far gone. I'd reached the point where the real me was the imposter. He's dead, and so is everyone else. Why do you have that necklace, Lord? Did you kill him? Was that your doing too? So the best thing I could do was let Morgana have her pleasant memories unmolested. I'd ruined enough for her already. She'd said those 3 years were the happiest time of her life. I couldn't tell her the truth now. And there were no possible lies or justifications that would ever allow me to stand by her side again. You did, didn't you? I did. I killed the young man. I killed all of them. I killed and I killed until there wasn't a soul remaining. I knew it. You're the cruelest man in the whole world. The most evil, irredeemable man to ever set foot on God's earth. That I am. I despise you more than anything. I hate you. I love you. I want nothing more than to put a curse on you. I buried my feelings for you so they wouldn't get in the way of my being the Lord. I want to see you dead. But those feelings never entirely went away. I tried to weigh what was more important to me, but I misread the scales. I hate you with all of my being. I lost any right I had to say this years ago, but I want you to know I truly do love you. I revile you, detest you, loathe you. I loved you. There's not enough hate in all of creation for you. Tell me, what do you see when you look at me? What do you hear when I speak to you? I hate you. 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 You can't see the tears on my cheeks, can you? Your mind, your spirit are shattered beyond repair, aren't they? You're not actually understanding anything I say, are you? You're not gonna be able to remember any of this, are you? I hate you. 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 I hadn't realized it had gotten so bad. My eyes have been shut for far too long to what was happening to you, to my own feelings, to everything. For so long, I've avoided facing the truth. Not only did I fail to protect anything, I destroyed the one thing I cared about most with my own two hands. That's all I ever managed to do. I wonder what was the point of no return exactly. This isn't the world I wanted to show you at all. I, of all people, should have done everything in my power to ensure those good days never ended. But any apology I make would just ring hollow. I hate you. 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 Hate. It's seems my being here isn't doing your mental state any favors. So I'll leave your food here and get out. I hate you. 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 I would like to tell you this, though. Even if I'm fairly certain you don't understand what I'm saying. Tomorrow's the first day of the Harvest Festival. And when it comes, I'm going to finally do something I've been considering for a long time. I'm going to set you free. You should do it now, you bitch. This is like what you get for always putting things off for an occasion. I'm going to put an end to all this. You should do it right now. I hate you. That ship sailed long ago, I know. You're in no condition to go out into the world anymore. So I'm not just gonna release you and forget about you. My father, to his side, an angel, send me back to heaven. That's the plan. Yes. So he was gonna set her free and kill her. Wow. We'll go out and find some place to die together. He was gonna... No! I'm gonna cry! He was gonna kill himself and it was gonna be like murder-suicide. Oh my god! Oh, okay, I need to get a grip on myself. Ooh, okay. For as long as I've had the throne, a part of me has wanted to say, I'm done. I have no need of this anymore. But every time the thought rose to my mind, it was pushed back down by a refrain of, so you'd let all that work go to waste, everything you sacrificed to get here. Back and forth, the voices would go, day in and day out. In reality, it wasn't pride or a desire to hold on to my power that stopped me from doing this sooner, but the fear that everything I had worked so hard for would be for naught. But now that I saw death looming over her, it was clear that only greater, more crushing despair awaited me. It would break me utterly, and I would end up abusing my people even worse than Barnier had. The best thing I could do for everyone was to end it all here. To step down off the stage. Morgana wanted release from her agony, and death was the only path she would find it down. My sickness was worsening by the day, and death, the only thing that could cure me. I chose the Harvest Festival, in part because it seemed like a fitting end, but more because with everyone distracted by festivities, they weren't as likely to notice the Lord had gone missing. As my final act of penance, I would find her someplace with a gorgeous view to gaze upon, as I took her life. Somewhere you could see almost over the horizon. Somewhere the sun shone bright and proud. Somewhere that felt like you could see the world. And carrying the full weight of her enmity on my shoulders, the Lord, too, would meet his end, finding some place beautiful for her to depart this life from. Was all I could do to ease her pain, all I could do to provide her a peaceful repose, all I could do to pay for all I had done. And you can't even do that! You fucked that up, too. On the first morning of the Harvest Festival, people swarmed the new church's grounds. When I arrived, there were wide smiles on everyone's faces, from the young to the old, from those here to partake of the church's charity to well-off churchgoers. Everyone was in good spirits. Whee! It's a festival! Ha ha ha! Look! Everything's got flowers on it. Quite the impressive event you've put together. The decorations are a bit on the thin side, perhaps, but for a church, any more and it starts looking garish. They can go ham all they want down in the square. You don't seem very enthusiastic. Why would I be? You spent so much time preparing for it, I assumed you would be more excited. Huh, as if. This is all politics, not fun and games. An effort to bring unity to my people, you could say. I don't understand you at all. How can you spend so much time doing something you don't enjoy? Ha! Story of his life! I don't give a rat's ass if you understand me. Fair enough. When I first met you, I thought money and power were all you desired. But I've come to realize that's not the case. I'm beginning to think you're hardly a bad man after all. I knew you were an idiot, but I didn't realize you were that foolish. How can you possibly say I'm not a bad man knowing all I've done? That's also fair. Hey, no running, kids. You're going to get yourselves hurt. What's the big deal? Run with us, Marie. Eek! You shouldn't pull on people. That hurts. Good morning, Lord Barnier. Preparations are all complete here, and the stalls down in the city are ready to open up as soon as you give the word. Thank you. I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of such a wonderful celebration. I'm glad to hear it. Are you well? You look a bit tired. It comes with the job. There's hardly a day I'm not exhausted. Well, don't work yourself too hard, Lord Barnier. It's important to get your rest. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I almost forgot. Would you like a flower, my lord? A flower? We made all sorts of flower accessories, and we're giving them out to anyone who wants one. They do the same sort of thing at the Midsummer Festival, and I like the idea so much I borrowed it. They just gotta stick the knife in there and really twist it, don't they? What do you say? I think this one would look lovely in your hair. I'll pass. That's a shame. And what say you, Mr. Bodyguard? Care for a flower? No, I... Go on, take it. Don't let their efforts go to waste. Very well. I'll take one then. Wow, not being very subtle, are they? May God smile upon you. Thank you. Well, see you later. And Lord Barnier, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Hey, you can have the day off. Go spend it with your nun. Why the look? I'm merely surprised you would show any consideration for your dog. Well, it is a special occasion, I suppose. Needless to say, watch out for yourself. You were assailed just last night. I didn't realize you were even capable of concern. It is a special occasion. Huh. Well, we'll take care of our usual business this afternoon. Should be able to bring a little more food than usual as well. Understood. Until then. Until then. Oh, I've died and gone to heaven. There's sweets as far as the eye can see. Better hurry before they're... Ah! Hey there. Watch where you're going. I knew it was Nellie. Yes, Lord Barnier. I'm so very sorry. Well, if it isn't Mel's sister, someone's a bit too wound up, it seems. I've never been to a festival before, so I'm terribly sorry for running into you. Please don't get upset at me. Don't worry, I'm not upset. So you never went to any festivals in your homeland? What? No. I couldn't go to any because I was stuck at home all the time. I suppose you wouldn't be able to get out much and spread your wings as the daughter of a noble family, huh? Nope, not in the slightest. It was all dresses and manners and no time for fun. I'm surprised. Most people just don't get it. So I'm gonna spend all day celebrating with my Mel. Oh, Nellie's about to die. Ooh, ow, ouchie, ooh, ah. That's what the festival's for, but don't go crazy. I'm told you're not in the best of health. Yeah, but I'm feeling wonderful today, so I'll be fine. You look anything but, girl. The festival isn't just for one day, so if you find yourself feeling unwell, let someone know right away and then get some rest, understood? Yes, sir. Oh my god, that's the nicest he's acted in years. Nellie, where'd you run off to, What business do you have with my sister? Dearest Mel? I'm begging you, don't hurt her. I'm not sure what this looks like to you, but I haven't touched her. What's gotten into you, dearest Mel? The Lord was just concerned about me. Concerned? Him? Not in 1,000 years. Mel, we take care of business this afternoon. Be at my study at noon sharp. Okay. I'll be there. Aw, can't we have lunch? We can't have lunch together? Running a festival must be a lot of work. Noon sharp is when she dies. I could hear the sounds of countless people making merry outside, but my mind was elsewhere. Envisioning the place I would take her to die. Somewhere far away, somewhere with a majestic view. I wanted nothing more than to run off right then and there, but there were things I had to sort out before I could disappear. I delegated several days' worth of work to my attendants so the festival wouldn't fall apart without me. My mind may have already been made up, but it was still my responsibility as Lord to ensure everything ran smoothly so long as I remained on the throne. But all I could do after was pray that someone much more qualified, someone of actual royal descent, stepped in to take my place. And before I knew it, noon was upon me. You're gonna go up there and she's gonna be dead, and then everything's gonna fall apart. As the bell chimed 12, the three of us climbed the observation tower. The plan was to deliver Morgana her food and send the other two back outside so I could take her somewhere far, far away. But when we opened the door, her spirit had already left her body. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister! That wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. And then he kills himself right there. Oh my god. There goes another one. Oh, what's going on? We were told it was a miracle elixir. You're saying we've been drinking a witch's blood? Please, everyone, don't panic. This must be some kind of mistake. A mistake? A girl is dead because of this mistake. No, this whole thing was a sham from the very beginning. You and the Lord were working together, buying our favor with this rubbish. Please calm down, everyone. Death to all the devil's deceitful minions. Death, 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 death. Stop it! Stay away from her! Get back! Death to him, too! Ugh. That's what you get for coming in and making such a mess of our country, foreigner. Why are all these damn outsiders getting better treatment than the rest of us, anyway? The Lord's a traitor to his own land. He doesn't deserve to be on the throne. We'll take his city back, free it from his corrupted grasp. Death to the traitor! Morgana's death set off a chain reaction of hell and suffering. Perhaps it was fate, or her intense animosity made manifest. All I knew for sure was what I could see, that the world was crumbling around me, and I watched through the observation tower's window. The first to go was Mel's sister, who had regularly partaken of the miracle elixir. She started vomiting blood, and shortly thereafter she was dead. Mel then broke down, revealing the truth about the elixir before stabbing himself in the throat. Fear and panic spread like a plague, breeding a desperate rage that found an outlet in the Saint Tess, the face of the church. The Far Eastern man dashed in to protect her from the mob, and soon a full-on battle broke out between supporters and opponents of the Lord. Actually, no. A battle would imply one side stood a fighting chance. It was closer to a riot, with anyone perceived to be on the Lord's side ruthlessly slaughtered. It was as though I was peering into a nightmare. There was no question who would come out victorious. It was a scene I had witnessed once before, but this time I was on the receiving end. The illusory faith I had instilled in the people to distract them from their dissatisfaction disappeared in a wisp, and upon discovering it was all based on a lie, that dissatisfaction came flooding back stronger than ever. I could tell myself I always had the people's best interests in mind until I went blue in the face, but it didn't matter. I was a tyrant in their eyes. I turned away, and there lay Morgana's limp body. For a split second, I considered going over, leaning against the wall beside her, and taking my own life. With my foot hovering in the air, I swung my leg around, making my way toward the stairs. I had done enough to torment her in life, failing to even allow her to pass on peacefully. It would be cruel and disrespectful to force her to be with me, the man she despised more than any in the world, in death as well. And as I was still the Lord, having not yet stepped off the throne, the right thing to do would be facing the wrath I had wrought. For a second I wondered if maybe Lord Bonnier had greeted us thinking the same thing. The revolution 4 years ago was also a foregone conclusion, but he didn't run. He stayed and waited for us to arrive. Perhaps it was partially pride, and partially that it was the only way out. We had lived as lords, we had ruled as lords, And when the time came to harvest the seeds we had sown, we would die as we had lived. When I reached the ground level of the tower, I could hear shouting and banging and stomping through the door. They were probably tearing the mansion apart looking for me. Bind him, they cried. Dethrone him, they cried. Burn him, they cried. I felt a slight pang of nostalgia as I listened to them, remembering when I had been in their position. All I had to do was open the door, and I would be dead in seconds. They didn't just have me vastly outnumbered. I had no intention of fighting. My life amounted to nothing. My people are all dying. Soon I'll be stripped of my title of Lord of the land, and not a thing will be left. It was all utterly meaningless. I killed everyone I ever cared about, even Morgana. There's not a single person. No, I didn't end up killing Maria. I guess that's something to be thankful for. I pray you'll live on. By all means, spend the rest of your life hating me, just so long as you live. Now, off I go. Yes, we are pouring on the pain today, Alone. Hello. Hello, Alone. we are in the pain zone. I stepped out before my people, and a dozen bloodshot gazes snapped to me all at once. I raised my hand in preparation to give them a few parting words, but lowered it again without saying anything. There was nothing for me to say anymore, nor did I have the willpower to produce words. Oh, they have a CG of his death? Oh, fuck. That's a whole pitchfork, damn. Oh. Oh. They impaled me from head to toe with sickles and pitchforks and all manner of deadly implements. And no longer able to support my own weight, I fell back against the door, sliding to the ground. It's a lot like Michelle's death. I could feel the life draining from my body. Their voices grew faint. Were they shouting, grieving, cheering? I could no longer tell the difference. Damn. My consciousness quickly slipped away, and as it did, flashes of memories whisked past. A child fighting to survive day by day. A young man with his head in the clouds, hell-bent on going out in the world. A crowd of friends, hooting and howling in a pub. Girls at a brothel, constantly teasing but always reliable. And you at my side. I thought I felt a gust of wind guiding Jacopo's mind toward one particular memory. I don't need the world. All I want is... I could hear her voice with incredible clarity. And after so many years, I finally figured out what she had said that day. I don't need to see the world. All I want is to find our home. Not long after we met, I told her that I thought we might come from the same region. Oh! And that perhaps if you went back far enough, you might find we even shared a bloodline. And she remembered. Nearly 3 years later, she still remembered that insignificant conversation, which was why she didn't want to see the world. She was more than happy to just find the land from which we came. I never needed to reign supreme. I never needed the favor of the masses. All I needed to do was go looking for that little pocket of tranquility. I stand before a gorgeous golden field. Flowers bloom all around, swaying in the warm breeze. Vaguely familiar faces smile and laugh. After a long, hard journey, we finally made it. There was no big, bustling city, no one dressed in extravagant clothing, but they would welcome us warmly, welcome us as kin. It's a quiet land, not a trace of strife. They bask in harmony, smiles on everyone's faces. Nevertheless, she's still afraid of how they might treat her. So I offer her my hand. This is it. This is our home. As we draw closer to our home, her tense nerves seem to loosen, and she lets out a barely audible sigh. She slowly draws back the hood covering her. The soft light of the sun shining down to reveal for the first time her face. A beautiful girl stands there. So enchanting, I find myself lost for words. A smile rises to her face, now free of the hideous marks that once covered it. A smile brighter than I've ever seen before. The lush fields stretching out behind her accentuate the glimmering gold of her eyes. I stand there, silently taking in the sight. Not a scar on her hands. And she's got both her hands. Her braids flutter in the breeze. A sky, blue as sapphire, drapes the scenery. She isn't a witch here. She's an ordinary girl. And me, an ordinary boy. We have no power, no extraordinary abilities, and I can't think of anything more wonderful. With all the weight lifted from my soul, I give a soft sigh, looking her in the eyes, and then I chuckle, remembering something she once said. And you told me to prepare to be let down. Ordinary though we may now be, our banter remains unchanged, and I know she's got a snarky response waiting to let loose. This This is what I could have had if I'd made the right choices. What I wanted more than anything in the world. So alone, you gotta help your cousin with some PC stuff. You'll be back in an hour or so for more pain. Sorry to miss Kitty Street. Instead, we got pain, and I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Ah, so you were listening that whole time, she said. Yeah! Ah! Yeah! Oof! And this song has a Italian name. Yeah, because they were going back to Italy. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. That ending gave me chills. And he's so right, too. There is that time after Morgana found the witch's cottage and she had that dream that, young Jacopo had found her. And he was just looking around the witch's cottage and the lake saying, like, this isn't so bad. We could just stay here, lay down in the grass and look up at the sky. That is all she wanted. He did understand her at the end. Ooh. Yeah, let's see what happened to Maria. God damn! Everyone's lost their fucking minds. We also got to drink the witch's Kool-Aid. No, oh no, that's one way to put it for sure. It's even red like Kool-Aid. I need to get the hell out of this city and fast. On the first day of the Harvest Festival, I got this crazy bad sinking feeling. So I went to check out the new church across the bridge. Some kind of riot or uprising or something had happened. But it was all finished by the time I got there. And not long after, the truth of what the Lord had been doing came to light. I wished I'd never heard a damn thing. I didn't need anyone to tell me he wasn't the guy I grew up with. But never in my wildest dreams had I imagined he was that far gone. All the time in the world wasn't enough to make sense of that. The valuable asset he had been storing in the observation tower was, of all fucking things, the girl we'd looked after a few years back, Morgana. But the madness didn't end there. So she found out that was Morgana in the tower. Holy fuck. The witch with the miracle blood everyone had been talking about. That was her too. My mind was so scrambled I wasn't sure what to be most stunned by. But I had far less time to organize my thoughts or vent my frustration than I could have imagined. If I was smart, I would have left town the instant I learned the truth. After the riot, a strange sickness began spreading through the city. If you caught it, your skin would start turning black, and before long you'd be vomiting blood. Anyone who tried to treat it was infected themselves. The people called it the witch's curse. Get your heads out of the sand. I tried to say there's no such thing as curses, but I couldn't bring myself to finish. As much as I wanted to believe it wasn't, I was starting to think that maybe the curse was real. Especially thinking back on that scene at the top of the tower. The heavy air in the chamber. So she climbed the tower and saw her and recognized her. The heavy air in the chamber, her dead body's eyes wide open, the eerie glimmer in those eyes that I was pretty sure I hadn't imagined. It was like I had stepped into another world, and I could barely keep myself vertical. She really was a witch. Then yeah, that seems a pretty damn convincing argument in favor of the existence of her curse. It didn't matter that she was dead, and even me, the least superstitious girl around, was starting to consider it a possibility. So the people who had actually believed the miracle elixir were freaking right the fuck out. They had seen what the Lord had done to her, how much pain and suffering he had caused her. It was easy to believe she hated the world enough to curse it. That's what witches did, after all. And the city was scared to death. First, they tried to seal the curse into the observation tower, but that didn't stop its spread. So next, they went after anyone who had known her in life and punished them. Almost there. The forest isn't far. There she is. That's her. Shit! They discovered that the witch had taken refuge at a brothel a few years back, and it wasn't long before they linked me to it. Oh, fuck. Making me their next target. None of us at the brothel had any idea Morgana's blood possessed that kind of power. But the more I tried to defend myself, the more they began to suspect me, thinking every word a ruse. The whole city had gone completely batshit. It's right there. Like hell, I'm gonna let them catch me. Fuck! My arm! Yeah, I was about to say, her broken arm better not fuck her up and let her get caught. She's down, boys. Get her. No! No, get off me, asshole! Get away from me! They didn't kill her. They threw her in the cellar. Oh, I know what's coming. They're finally gonna explain that carved tile in the floor. If you recall, if you were around that long, in the third door, the one with Jacopo in the 1800s, the one with Jacopo's reconstruction, Maria saw like a stone in the cellar carved with her handwriting, and it freaked her out because it was from hundreds of years ago. So that never got explained. So we're finally gonna see the explanation for what she was carving into that stone. I've been waiting for this. I was wondering if they were gonna get to it. Ooh. What the hell do you think you're doing? Wait! A bunch of men dragged me to the church and tossed me in the cellar. I could hear them shouting through the locked door. "O witch, O great witch, we offer unto you punishment for those who wronged and forsook you in life. So please, we beg of you, stay your anger. Have mercy upon us." Hey, have you assholes lost your fucking minds? I didn't do a goddamn thing to her. I never wronged her, and I sure as hell didn't forsake her. I didn't have any idea what that sick fuck was doing to her. Oh, great witch, please spare us from the wrath of your curse. Please have mercy on us who laid not our hands upon you. Oh, witch, oh, great witch. You're fucked in the heads, every last one of you. You're not accomplishing anything by putting me down here. So let me out, please. Let me out of here! Damn it! They really did just leave me here. The door's locked tight. I'm not pounding my way through this. Damn thing won't even budge. Fuck. Fucking fuck! Something, there has to be something I can do. Hey, is anyone out there? Someone, let me out of here! I didn't do anything! How long have I been in here? I'm so fucking thirsty. Food? That would be nice too. Someone get me out of here. But there's nothing. It's the cellar. But they don't got any food or drink down there? Please. I feel like my body's made of stone. I'm going to starve to death in here. Maybe they raided the whole castle, the whole mansion, and just took out any food when everybody was rioting. You've got to be kidding. Ugh. Oh God, I feel sick. My everything hurts. Oh, oh no, she caught the plague. No, she didn't drink any of the blood. She must have caught it off those men. No. What? Is that blood? My blood? It's so dark. I never noticed all the black patches on my skin. Why? The curse? But I never did anything to you. Why? Why would you curse me? Why? Morgana? What did I do? You didn't mean to, did you? It was just a little mistake, wasn't it? You can still take it back. There's time, just take it off me. I didn't do anything to deserve this. I didn't do anything to deserve being cursed. Come on, spare me. This is all on his fucking head, not mine. So she was cursed, and that's why she was reconstructed and then met a bad end. Is it because I didn't do anything? Is that it? Are you saying that I'm to blame too? Because I didn't do anything to stop it? Because I couldn't trust anyone but myself? That's asking way too much. How was I even supposed to know what was going on? I was up to my neck in my own shit already. Come on, Morgana. Give me a little sympathy. Spare me from your curse. I can barely move my body at all. I feel like I'm all out of blood to cough up. I don't even have the energy to cry for help anymore. So this is how I go, huh? And when I'm gone, that means everyone's dead. I wonder what whoever finds my body will think. They'll probably think I was one of them. Now, wouldn't that be some real bullshit? Look at me. I know how to write. I'm a woman and a whore and from the slums. But look at me, I can read and write. Pretty impressive, huh? Why? I forgot how I learned, though. Oh, right. I had a friend who was doing some really important work. So I studied, so I could help them out. She studied? So she could help Jacopo in his dreams. Oh, that just makes it more painful. She learned how to read and write so she could help him. If they ever needed anything, and I'll make sure to write it all fancy and proper so no one suspects it was written by a whore. See, I'd make a kick-ass aid. Who were they, though? I can't remember anymore. You hear that? I'm innocent. The sinners are the ones who lived here. It was all them, not me. So if somehow there's something after this and our souls live on, please only curse them. They're the bad guys. Hi, ski. We are, Maria is on the edge of death. Welcome, welcome. We're having a very pleasant time today. It's all their fault. Maria. Wake up, Maria. What? I've unlocked the door for you. Poggers? Morgana? Is this her ghost? I've unlocked the door for you. Now get up. You don't want to be sleeping on that cold, hard floor. Morgana? What? How? You're dead. Oh, I'm dead, am I? And you must be half asleep still. But I... Now, that's enough of that. Let's get you out of here, shall we? How? I can barely move. I think you'll find that untrue, my dear. Go on, stand up. Ah, you were right. I can move, and I feel better than ever. It's like I was just imagining all the pain. See, what did I tell you? Now come, let's get out of this dreadful place. They're waiting for you. Huh? Oh, it's about time you showed up, boss. No! They're gonna... No, I can't handle this right now. What? Yay, I'm so glad you're okay. I've been worried out of my mind. Sharon? I was told you were killed. Say what? Do you really want me dead that bad, boss? Did I goof up on the job? No, I never said that. And you're a model worker, too. I've always been glad to have you around. Whee! Maria said something nice about me. Dee. It must have been real rough in there, huh, boss? I can't believe all those bad men would just lock you up. It's not nice. How's the city doing? Have things cleared up? You can rest easy. Everything's all radio now. I'm glad to hear it. You look like someone just pissed in your stew, girl. Where's that burning fire in your eyes? Ah. Hey there. I knew a little solitary wouldn't get the best of you, girl. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't just stare. What, you think I was dead too? Like hell. Ain't nothing in this whole damn world could take me down. I'm the crew's #1 for a good reason. That's right, you are, aren't you? You survived living as a slave in Banyay's manor. There's not much that could kill you. Damn straight. Don't you worry about nothing. Long as I'm around, nothing can touch our slums. Yeah, I believe you. So, hey, if you're alive, does that mean... That it does. We're all alive, every last one of us. You were never a morning person, but this is a bit ridiculous, don't you think? Jacopo. Is that really you? Is it really the same old Jacopo I used to know? What do you mean, used to know? I'm the same Jacopo you've always known. But you became the Lord, and then you killed everyone. Do you really have that little faith in me? I would never kill any of you. You know that. Just look around. Does anyone look dead to you? Because they sure look alive to me. Whatever terrible dream you were having down there, Maria, it's about time you came back to reality. But look me in the eyes. Tell me I'm not the same Jacopo you've always known. No, you're definitely you. The same old friend I've always known. See? Was that so hard? Well, we've got the whole gang here, so what do you say we go do something? Hit the pub, maybe? Ooh, now that's a plan. We're well overdue for another drinking contest. Ooh, I want in too. You're coming with us too, aren't you, Morix? I'm not comfortable in such lively places. Come on, just this once. We can sing together even. Your voice will have the whole place enchanted in a snap. I won't be singing, but I suppose I can join you this once. The chance doesn't come around often. Oh, come on, you never wanted to go when I ask, but you will if she does. You could be drowning and I still wouldn't agree to do anything you ask, so that's irrelevant. I'm not going because Jaren invited me, but for Maria. Will you join us? You bet your butt I will. Oh, I'm so glad. Ah, Maria, no! Id ute in Vic? Latin or Old Italian or something. So glad that everyone's alive. Poor Maria, what the fuck? Why did they have to do this to us? This is grotesque and sad. And she carved it. Oh, she carved it with her knife. She had her knife on her. And she broke it carving into the stone. Maria! So glad that everyone's alive. It was all a dream. Just a bad dream. I knew it. None of that could ever happen to us. Save a seat for me, guys. I'm coming. Ooh! Damn it! God damn it! A Requiem for Innocence, a Cento Delle, happily ever after, and question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, all right, I guess we gotta see these. How we doing, guys? That was so one of those, like, empty chairs and empty tables, Les Miserables fucking moment for Maria and her friends. Ooh, wee, ha, ooh, ouchie, baby. The pain. All right, let's see. Accento Delle. I don't know what that means in Italian. You know what? Might as well look it up, right? Google, help me. His seat. His seat. Okay, that's vague. All right. Let's go. Woo, baby. I think we made pretty good friends, don't you? Those were his last words before disappearing into the darkness. Their time together was brief, and they nearly knew nothing of each other, but the fact that they was... What? What? I missed it. Michelle! 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 My beloved Michelle! Ah. Welcome back, DDA. I've missed you. Hello there, Michelle. What a pleasant welcome this is. You didn't have to come all the way out here to meet me, though. I haven't seen you in so long, and waiting inside is so dreary. Haha, what a wonderful sister I've been blessed with. You'd best be careful, though. The sun is quite strong today. Mother would throw a fit if she knew you were out here in this weather. Do not worry. I heard from a servant you would be back around now, so I haven't been out terribly long. And I know you're not one to be tardy either, DDA. I took all the necessary precautions. Well, curses. Now I'll have to be absolutely certain nothing delays my next return. Yes, indeed you will. Well, since you're here, would you like to ride back with me? On your horse? I would love to, but I came on horseback as well. She's tied to the tree over there. Unlike your brothers, your horse is smart enough to follow you back. All right then, I suppose I shall. How was your expedition, DDA? More of the usual. Just patrols, really. No engagements to speak of. Quiet is never a bad thing. I'm not sure if I'd say never. Do you think something might happen? No. Nothing you need concern yourself with, at least. If you say so. Oh yes, Mother said she had something important to tell you and to see her as soon as you arrived. Now that I do not like the sound of. I can hardly blame you. Mother has something important to tell you, or the last words anyone wants to hear. You've gotten feisty now, haven't you? Don't tell her I said that. I wouldn't dream of selling out my beautiful baby sister. In fact, I beg you not to say anything of the sort to her either. She can be a bit easy to set off. If anyone, I think Georges needs that warning most. Georges? You're on fire today, Michelle. And there she is, the world-renowned Castle Bollinger in our lovely home. I'm not a child anymore, DDA. I know our estate is not nearly as large or impressive as a castle. You used to love when I called it that. I also used to not be 13. 13 is still plenty of child. Now hold on tight. We're gonna gallop the rest of the way. Yeah! What? Wait. Slow down, DDA. Hahaha, try not to fall. So this is about a year before everything goes to shit. Good day, Sir DDA. Thank you. Everyone looks well. Where's my father? Lord Antonin is out on personal business. He should be returning tomorrow. Thanks. Guess I just missed him. Well then, I should see what Mother... What was that noise? That would be Georges. Oh, I didn't realize he was going to be home. Shall we check in on him? No, this won't do at all. It needs more wild innovation and fiery passion and solemn beauty matched with a squeeze of delicate eroticism that doesn't undermine the impact of the piece as a whole. Ah! It has to be like a good kick to the marbles. Has he finally lost his marbles? Eek! Holy heck, well, look who it is. I didn't know you were back, Dee. And you know, it's uncouth to barge in on someone without knocking. He knocked several times, and he called out to you through the door. I must say, though, Georges, it's much more uncouth to take out your frustration on inanimate objects. Ooh, you're there too, Michelle? I couldn't see you in the shadow of this hulking barbarian. You really are a teeny tiny little gal, aren't you? Mother will not be pleased when she sees the mess you've made of the room. Oh, my dear, dear Michelle, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. True art is only born in the fires of pandemonium. You mean like Final Fantasy XIV? Current raid tier? No, I'm just kidding. Is that so? You could at least pretend to care. So, would you care to explain this pandemonium? Oh yes, it's a place where creations are tested, and the ones who are the most ferocious and not good to be let out into the world, but still appropriate for study, are interred underneath Elpis. No, I'm just kidding. Ooh, you wanna know? You wanna know all about the masterpiece buried in this wellspring of inspiration? You'll never be able to turn back once you know, but if you're really sure, I can give you all the juicy deets. I don't care that much, no. Shall we see what Mother needs to talk about, Michelle? Yes, let's. Hey, wait! Have you no hearts, you Philistines? You're supposed to grab me by the shoulders and beg to hear what all the fuss is about. If it'll make you stop shouting, fine. Give me the short version. Blah, so much for brotherly love. So the royal family's planning construction on a new chateau in the city, and guess who the king himself asked to do all the paintings for it? Why, moi, of course, the great artiste Georges Bollinger. Is that so? What is wrong with you two? This is huge! It's huger than huge! I would wager His Majesty did not, in fact, come within 1,000 meters of you. Life is no fun if you limit yourself only to the truth. I somehow doubt you're in charge of all the art either. So in other words, there's almost no truth to your claims. Hey, I really was commissioned to do a piece for the new chateau. A piece, not all the pieces. And this disaster area is all you have to show for it. Yep, and I don't know what to do. It's a chance for me to make it into the big leagues. I've got to paint something that'll go down in history as one of the great works of our time. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't put as much pressure on yourself. You do much better work when you're relaxed. You're brilliant, Michelle! Let's go out on the town and let loose, just the three of us. That's exactly what I need right now. I've barely had time to sit down since I got back. Ahem! Ah. Sometimes I think there might be no hope for the three of you. Not even a word to your dear mother. Good day, Mother. My apologies. I meant to see you as soon as I returned, but... Crap. Mom's gonna flip her lid. We better get out of here before she brings her wrath down on us, Michelle. But... Georges. I heard every last word. What big ears you have. Care to repeat that? Repeat what, my beautiful mother? I swear, young man. So how did your expedition go, Didier? Did you run into any trouble? No, it proceeded without issue, thank you. Everyone returned safely by the grace of God. That's wonderful to hear. I prayed for you every day, and it seems He heeded me. I want you to know I've quite missed you, even if Georges and Michelle robbed me of the chance to tell you first. I'm deeply relieved to have you back in perfect health. There is no need to be so dramatic, Mother. I was never in any danger of not returning. Nonetheless, I too am, and there's no need for you to be so stiff around your mother. Sorry, it's good to be home, Mom. That's more like it. Welcome home, my darling boy. Yeesh, just look at him go, a grown man fawning over his mother like a little boy. Make sure you give him crap about it later, Michelle. But... You really need to learn to whisper more quietly. Wonder who you inherited those ears from. I swear, you... So, Mother, Michelle tells me you have something important you want to speak with me about? Ah, yes, that I do. I'm sure you'd like to rest after your trip, but would you come to my chambers for a bit first? Certainly. Ooh, what's this? Can I come too? This is my business. Why should you be allowed to stick your nose into it? Because it sounds like fun. And maybe it'll help give my muse a nice kick in the rump. It's not a private matter, so I don't mind. In fact, maybe it would be better if you were there too, Georges. Heck yeah! You're coming along too, Michelle. What? Why would I? Oh, what am I gonna do with you three? What do you think? of the painting. It's a fine piece, clearly not made by Georges. I would have done 10 times better. Who's the hack responsible for this rubbish? Quiet, boy. Does Georges have a disease where he'll die if he isn't running his mouth every waking moment or something? Get him! Not the painting itself, the girl in the painting. She's pretty, I suppose. Do you like her? In what sense, Mother? Where are you going with this? This girl is the daughter of the Castagnier estate to the south of us, or what she will look like a few years from now. In a few years? Then she's still a child? She is, yes, and her family is trying to complete arrangements for her marriage as early as possible. Her marriage. The Castagners are a respectable family with lots of land. We have plenty to gain from this arrangement. All you need to do is say, Mother. As I have told you on several occasions, my body and soul belong to the church. I will neither succeed father nor take a wife. And you're firm in your decision? Yes. I'm sorry to disappoint you. That's very disappointing indeed. I would be so much more comfortable with you taking over the house. Well, what about you, Georges? Do you have any interest in her? Well, I don't know, not really feeling it. Now, Georges, you do realize that Didier not becoming head means that you will be, right? So you can't make a decision like this, which will affect the future of both our houses for generations, because you're not feeling it. That's easy for you to say, Ma, but I can't change what appeals to me. It'd be all for nothing if we couldn't hit it off and never had any kids. And tell me, what is there not to like about her? She's a beautiful young lady. She's pretty, sure, but I'm getting nasty vibes from that picture. Looks like a real sourpuss. I want someone more, cheery if I'm gonna have to spend the rest of my life with her. I wouldn't go as far as him, but there is something about her that doesn't sit right with me. I'm not sure how to put it into words, though. She just looks that way in the painting. I'm certain you'll find her to be a lovely girl when you meet her. How can you be so sure? You haven't even seen her yourself. Anyway, not interested, and that's that. It's such a wonderful offer, too. Once I'm sworn in as official court artist, I'll be up to my ears in marriage offers. Something even better will come along, I promise. I'm afraid with your attitude, this may be the last offer we ever see. Don't you worry, we've got ourselves a proud knight of the order, the most sought-after artist in the land, and a brilliant, beautiful princess. If that's not a recipe for success, I don't know what is. Oh, little do they know, everything's gonna come burning down. Oh, Georges. Is something troubling you, Michelle? What? Oh, no, nothing. My mind was wandering, that's all. See, look what you did, Mom. You upset Michelle by being such a worrywart. Throwing me to the wolves, are you, my boy? Oh, dear Michelle, I'm just being cautious about our future. I'm not as worried as I may have sounded. I have the three most wonderful children in the world. I couldn't be more blessed. Ah! We're strong, and together we're even stronger. Ah! I have no doubt in my mind we'll thrive and grow for generations to come. Ah! Yeah. We'll all be together forever. No, you're not gonna end like that, are you? Okay, there's more. It was a dream of his. For a brief moment after waking, seeing only darkness, I forgot where I was. As my eyes adjusted and the world faded into view, a faint sense of disappointment swelled up in my breast. That was over a decade ago. A life I no longer had, and in fact, a life I couldn't be certain I ever had. For all I knew, my mind could have fabricated the entire thing. Michelle, no! But in short order, the wave of sentimentality receded. A few years earlier, that yearning for bygone days would leave my heart in tatters, but now I had grown largely numb to it. This was the life I knew best. I wasn't a 13-year-old child anymore. Nor was I a girl. Nor was I a member of the Bollinger family. I was a demon most frightful, exiled to a remote mansion. His dark throne. Kill the accursed thing. Those were the first words uttered by the witch upon my discovering the being lying in a heap outside the front door. The witch had haunted me ever since the day I resurrected her at the top of the mansion's observation tower a few years earlier. At first, her constant whispering in my ear had been insufferable, driving me to my wits' end. I did everything I could to think of to deny her existence and push her out of my life. But that too had passed. I had been drained of all will to fight against her, or, frankly, feel anything at all. No joy, no anger, no frustration, no sorrow. Perhaps that could be said to mean she had defeated me, but in retrospect, the witch causing me to encase my heart in stone had consequently kept me from being miserable every time I received a letter from my mother. It made me think getting worked up over some stupid words on scraps of paper was a waste of time and energy. So while I wasn't at the point of gleefully cozying up to her, it was true that her presence had made my life easier. Oh. I can't stand the sight of it. It's utterly dreadful. The witch wanted me to kill them, but instead I crouched down to get a better look. They seemed to be dead already. It appeared someone had died on my doorstep, and because of the way they were clothed, I couldn't make anything out beyond that at a distance. It's faint, but they're still breathing. Look, you can see their chest moving. I'm surprised she noticed. I can barely tell from up close. I reached my hand out to roll them over, at which point the witch gave me an exaggerated sigh. I wouldn't recommend touching them. They're diseased. That's why they look like a human raisin. That was, indeed, one way to describe them. What had first come to mind for me, though, was something I had read in a book about how desert cultures would mummify their dead. The person on the ground looked like what I had imagined a mummy did, though I was under the impression mummification was performed in order to preserve the bodies of high-ranking individuals, which is to say you weren't likely to find one collapsed on your doorstep. Ignoring Morgana's warning, I put my hand on their arm. It twitched and they let out a groan. Just a swift stab through the heart and they won't have to suffer any longer. The person didn't seem to have enough strength to sit up, barely enough to hold on to their last vestiges of life. Their fingers continued to twitch, but it didn't seem deliberate. The tall grass in which they were lying seemed to swallow them up. Do it, my dear. Send that poor soul to heaven by whatever means you please. Or perhaps they'll end up in hell. They're not long for this world with or without my help. And who's going to have to deal with the rotting corpse in a few weeks if you just leave them there? Next month's delivery boy, presumably. Imagine the look on his face when he finds it. Imagine what he'll tell your family when he returns. It would make everyone's lives easier if you just killed them here. Bury them somewhere nearby, let them nourish the earth with their flesh. If there's any nourishment left to be squeezed from them, that is. Or you could try luring some animals here. There wouldn't be a trace of gore to clean up if you let a couple of wolves at them. They'd get a nice meal out of it, so everyone wins. I can't imagine they'd find much to enjoy on this pile of bones. How cold! You have no room to talk. You're clearly enjoying yourself. My, what would ever make you think that? There's been nothing to entertain you recently. I certainly haven't been talking much and nothing of note has happened. I can tell you've been bored. A few quiet weeks hardly counts as boredom compared to the years I spent in slumber. If you say so. Brushing the witch's distractions aside, I put my hand back on the vagrant's arm and flipped them over so I could get a better look. They were much lighter than I had expected. Their arm was little more than flesh and bone, and that flesh felt like leather. I couldn't guess their age or even gender. They were dressed in unadorned brown robes and a cowl. One thing that stood out about their dress, though, their mask. And when I removed the mask, I was greeted with torn, wrinkled flesh and eyes so sunken it was disquieting. I wasn't sure what I saw beneath it could even be called a face. Bandages covered their head from the nose down, and what hid beneath them was in even worse condition. I couldn't tell where their nose ended and their cheeks began, and their lips had curled back into their mouth, turning it into a gaping gash. Even as close as I was, I could barely make out the sound of their breathing. They almost certainly wouldn't survive much longer. Good heavens. As I thought the witch might find some compassion in her heart for the dying vagrant, nope, all of her compassion was left with the white-haired girl. Get rid of that filthy thing. I was immediately proven wrong. Her tone of voice was like that of someone who had found rotten food in her pantry while looking for something to eat. As I said, they're diseased. You should stay away unless you want to end up like that. Your legs too frail to hold you up, your body withered and your eyes sunken, worthless orbs. It's highly infectious. I largely ignored the witch's whisperings. She liked toying with me, so I couldn't take what she said at face value. She was more than happy to lie or exaggerate for the sake of tormenting me. There was no guarantee their ailment was contagious at all. So just hurry and get rid of... Are you listening to me? I hoisted the vagrant on my back. A simple task even for me, perhaps the least fit man in the world. They were smaller than me, but not child-sized. It was like I was carrying an empty sack of skin. This will give you something to stave off your boredom. I told you, I am not bored. Heavens, I never took you for the kind of raving lunatic who helps strangers. I wasn't bringing them in out of the goodness of my heart. They simply piqued my curiosity. There was something oddly amusing about the whole twisted situation. A witch, a demon child, and a living mummy. And what better place to gather them all together than a cursed mansion? I also think that some part of me wanted to see and feel death up close. Michelle, your life is so morbid. What's going on? I can't see a thing. If my eyes finally started going, and I was so close to that mansion, but I guess this is the end of the line for me. Wait, no, I still have my vision. It's just dark as hell. Where in the world am I? I'm on a bed. Good morning. And who the hell is that? What's going on? I don't... But maybe... Can you not speak? No, I can talk, but it hurts. I was just a little startled. Enrique, the end of Requiem wrecked me. I was wrecked, destroyed. And now I'm into the little after stories, and I'm like, who the fuck is this person? I have a feeling they're probably someone we know. But let's see. By what? The angel that's come to meet me at the gates. Everybody calls Michelle an angel. He doesn't seem to have taken that one well. The man sitting there was a curious specimen, and yeah, I know, pot, meat, kettle. It appeared almost as if he was part of the surrounding darkness, an ethereal being that might vanish when I next blinked. Not human, but merely something taking its form. Though the more I looked at him, the more it seemed like, rather than him being a part of the darkness instead radiated from him, which is probably where the angel bit had come from. This isn't the afterlife. No, I guess it isn't. If this were heaven, I wouldn't feel like death, and there'd be at least a dozen half-naked ladies hanging over me. But I hurt like hell, so I must still be alive. Reality's a bitch, huh? That said, though, I felt like I'd get on a lot better with a stony-faced angel like him than what they usually advertised. Who are you? The sack of bones in bed had a voice like dry leaves scraping against one another. While carrying them to the room, I noticed several of their joints seemed to bend in ways they shouldn't. So I thought they might be on the older side, but upon closer inspection, that didn't appear to be the case. The way they talk makes them sound young, too. I'm going to guess a man? Early 20s, maybe? If you're not an angel, then you must be the witch. I beg your pardon. I'm just kidding. Don't bite my head off. You don't look anything like a witch. He's not as far off the mark as he thinks. Oh, you've been watching all the VODs? I wasn't able to be here lately consistently. Well, I appreciate it, though, that you're going back and watching. Wow, thanks, Enrique. I hope you've been having a good time. But you know, all of this misery, and you knew most of what was coming. But man, once you see the end, I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but like the very end of Requiem is a doozy, emotionally, for like Jacopo and Morgana and Maria. So look forward to that. When this VOD goes out, I mean. But he doesn't need to know about my childhood. So hey, would you mind sparing a bit of water? My throat hurts like 12 kinds of hell. And I'm sure you'd appreciate being able to understand me better. Oh, the VOD is on. You saw the ending. Oh, gotcha. There's some right here. There's some right there. Oh, there's some right there. Huh? Oh, you already got some for me. Thanks. I can't unbend my damn arm. Mind grabbing that for me? Did no one ever teach you how to say please? Oh, lighten up, would ya? Show a dying fella some pity. Maybe he wouldn't have died if I had left him out there. He's much feistier than I expected. In fact, he's nothing at all like I imagined. When he was still lying half dead on the ground outside my door, there was a mystique about him. As a mummy, he was interesting, which gave him inherent value. But now that he was awake and talking, he was normal, human, almost excessively so. I reluctantly picked up the goblet and handed it to him, watching as he pulled down the wrappings covering his mouth to drink. It seemed like he wanted to down the whole thing in one go, but judging from the groans I heard, his body wasn't cooperating. A few years earlier, I might have sympathized with him, but not now. All I felt now was curiosity. What was this sick man doing in front of my mansion? What brings you here? Can't you at least let me drink in peace? Let me tell you, man, I'm in no shape to be multitasking. It takes all my attention just to drink a glass of water. Plus, it's darker than hell in here. I can barely see what I'm doing. You're free to leave if you're not happy here. Once I'm through with this water and had a chance to rest. Maybe a complimentary glass of wine on top of that to raise my spirits. I'll be right out. Rather brazen for a guest. Oh, I'm a guest now, am I? I thought I was just a subject for your observation. I hit the nail on the head. And are you implying that means you should have free reign here? You're really liking Requiem? Looking forward to what comes next in Reincarnation? Me too, man! I want to get to that! There's all of these little stories, though. Sure am. You stop worrying about a lot of things when you're on the verge of death. What's the worst that happens if I piss you off? You kill me? All that means is I lose a few days. No real risk in acting like I own the place. Not a bad deal if I do say so myself. You certainly are lively and talkative for someone on the verge of death. I did just have a hefty helping of the elixir of life. I sighed to myself. I'd taken in quite the high-maintenance specimen, it seemed. There wasn't going to be much worth observing when he was full of such vitality and his lips never stopped flapping. He was exactly the kind of person I could least stand to be around. I could practically hear the witch saying, "See? What did I tell you? You should have just listened to me and not wasted your time and energy," which only made the whole thing that much worse. But curiously, I couldn't feel her presence, even though she was seemingly always around. Maybe she was afraid she might catch whatever disease this man had. Can spirits even get sick? Never mind her. I have more important things to deal with, like how to get this man out of my house. Anyway, you were asking what I was doing here. Well, I was looking for something. And that search. Back up a sec. What is this place anyway? Sure doesn't look like a tiny little one-man shack. Not that I can see much in this dark, but these furnishings don't look cheap. It's a mansion. Yours? Half of it, roughly. So, what? You live with someone? In a sense. Huh. Now, I don't want to sound rude, but... Oh, we're well past rude at this point. Go on. Already making friends. So I'm curious. There wouldn't happen to be any rumors about this place, would there? Such as, like, say, a cursed witch dwells within its halls? Oh, for the love of... That's what he was searching for? Hell yeah, I'll take that sigh as a yes. Excellent. Fan-frickin-tastic. I was heading in the right direction. Let me stay here for a little, please. Are you out of your mind? I have a favor to ask the witch. That's the whole reason I came here. I don't know what you've heard, but the witch isn't one to go around doing people favors. Whatever your wish is, it won't be granted here. Hey, you never know. There's a first time for everything. And I doubt this is it. Why is he so fixated on the witch, anyway? The witch of legend was said to be cursed. She was spoken of around these parts only in whispers, and people stayed away from the mansion for fear of provoking her wrath. Her curse had destroyed an entire city, it was said. I had no way of knowing whether that much was true or not, but I did know that the witch was real. I couldn't figure out how someone could hear the rumors about the witch and decide, I'm going to ask her for a favor. It's beyond ludicrous. Well, now that that's out of the way, thanks for the hospitality, buddy. Stop right there. I never said you could stay. Anything I could do to change that? Not a thing. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but you left me no choice. I'm staying with or without your permission. What the hell makes you think you have the right? I'll happily comply with whatever the head honcho here decides. But remember, you said the mansion was only half yours. So until there's unanimous agreement to boot me from everyone with a stake in the property, I'm sticking around. This little weasel. It won't just be a straight-up leech, though. I won't just be a straight-up leech, though. Don't you worry. If you need help with anything, chores, whatever, just give me a shout. But to do that... Imion? Imion. But to do that, I guess you need to know what to shout, huh? The name's Imion. Pleased to meet you. Who the fuck is Imion? Hey now, giving me the silent treatment. Is that how you're gonna play this, flat pretending I don't exist? No. My mind just froze up for a moment. It looks like he's serious about staying, which is a problem even setting aside the witch situation. The more contact I have with anyone, the greater risk there is that word of my survival finds its way out. No. What? That said, he isn't long for this world. This vigor won't last. That much is certain. In fact, it might be smarter to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's dead before he has a chance to tell anyone about me. Hello? Need help finding your way out of your thoughts, buddy? Death will find you long before the witch does, I'm sure. Yeesh, that's the first thing that comes out of your mouth? I've braced myself for that outcome already. But following the logic of that zinger, it sounds like you're giving your approval of my stay. Imion? Sussy. No, I agree. This is sussy. When is this happening? Did they said? Yeah. This is some nebula. This is, I think about a year after Morgana, after he woke Morgana, so this is some nebulous time, some years before when Giselle is here. Michelle's in the mansion. He could be like 24, 25. I think this is about that period of time-ish. Because he had a flashback to when he was 13, and he said it's been more than 10 years, but it's also before Giselle has showed up. And also, Morgana is talking to him. So it sounds like it's a couple of years before, like a year or two before he meets Giselle. I'm guesstimating. Resigning myself to it may be a better way to put it. It's all the same to me. So tell me, what's your name anyway? Unless you want me to stick with calling you an angel or the witch's right hand, that is. I'm neither of those things, thank you very much. So, what should I call you? Michelle. Michelle. Derived from the name of the Archangel Michael. What was that about you not being an angel again? I haven't wanted to strangle someone this badly in a long time. And what exactly do you think you're doing? The witch spoke almost as soon as I stepped into my chambers. I could hear her voice right in my ear, as if she was standing right beside me, which was especially jarring, as if she had been completely absent during my conversation with Imion. She seemed to know what we had talked about, though, so I assumed she had been spectating from a safe distance. What do you mean? You're hardly the type to take in poor, wandering souls on a whim. Yeah, just because someone's named after something doesn't mean they're literally that person. Imagine everyone who is named after something else. I mean, if you think about it, almost all names are derived from something and have origins. It's like saying, what's an example? Like saying every John is just like the biblical John or something like that, you know? You're right. I should have asked you first. This is your house, after all. Half mine, you mean? I should be thankful that you let me have half of it. But you are the master of this house, and I... Go on. I was never master. So I have no say in who you choose to let stay here. But you will heckle me about it. Of course. I need my entertainment, too. I don't know much about anthropology, but at some point there must have been derivation in creating names. Like, when was the first... Enrique. I'm pretty sure your name has variations in different cultures, like Enrique, like in Spanish-speaking cultures and things like that. I'm gonna look this up. There's a good website called Behind the Name that I used to do when naming OCs, like original characters, and they have a lot of the name origins. I'm gonna look up yours. Yeah. Enrique comes from the same, has the same name origin as Heinrich or Henry. So where does Henry or Heinrich come from? From the Germanic name Heimrich, meaning home ruler, comprised of the elements Heim, home, and Rick, ruler, which was later commonly spelled as Heinrich, with the spelling altered due to the influence of other Germanic names like Hagenrich, which is the first element being Hagen, enclosure. Heinrich was popular among continental royalty, with the name being the name of 7 German kings, starting with the 10th century Henry I the Fowler and 4 French kings. In France, it was usually termed Henri, from the Latin form Henricus. The Normans introduced the French form to England, and it was subsequently used by 8 kings, ending with the infamous Henry VIII in the 16th century. During the later Middle Ages, it was fairly popular and usually rendered as Harry or Harry in English pronunciation. And then they go on to go, yeah, there's, there are derivations in other languages all over Europe, it looks like. There's Icelandic form, there's an Estonian form, Portuguese, which is you, Polish, Welsh, Swedish, Croatian, Catalan, Basque, Armenian, Ancient Germanic, which is the Heimrich part, Czech, Danish, French. The English one is Harry or Henry, Lithuanian. So basically Scottish, Irish, Swedish, so it got all over Europe. Icelandic. So much derivation, way too dank, yeah. So to answer your question, the first Enrique was Enrique. I still hold that the only true original thought is the number 2. That's pretty deep. When a rock and a rock became 2 rock. I think that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep, man. I like that. The only original thought was, the true original thought is the number 2. Sorry about that. I don't know why my little guy is doing that. Or it does that whenever I hover over my toolbars for whatever reason. Whatever. Where am I? There we go. Alright, I'm gonna go on. So what are you going to do about, whatever his name was? Imion. Right, that. I was hoping you would chase that dreadful thing out. He said he has business with you. Oh, does he now? So you weren't listening in on the whole thing? I'd be more than happy to hover over you every waking moment if that's what you'd prefer. I'd rather you didn't. As you can see, I respect your personal space. It wouldn't hurt you to show a bit of gratitude sometimes. So, what does that man want with me? Not a clue. All he said is he wanted to ask the witch a favor. A favor. Indeed. What a farce. I agree. You would never grant the wish of a... No, not that. That you happily passed on a stranger's request, but vehemently refused to make your own of me. The offer still stands, my dear. Just say the word and I'll put a curse on your entire family. I've told you repeatedly that I'm not going to ask you to do that. Obstinate as ever, I see. Anyway, I never asked you to grant his wish, only conveyed to you that he had one. He'll be dead in short order regardless. A week or two at most. How tragic for him, betting the last remnants of his life on the legend of the cursed witch, only to be held a pair of heartless jokers. In all likelihood, he just wants me to cure whatever disease he has. Why would a witch who deals in curses cure diseases anyway? Now, it's not polite to judge someone by their appearance, my dear. Are you saying you can do it? Maybe, maybe not. Regardless, there is but one thing the two of us can do for him. Watch as the poor wretch's life slips away, alone and in the dark. Christ, this is hell. It shouldn't be this exhausting to just walk down the hall. I'd sure love to get a little more light in here. Might make moving around easier. Nah, this is fine. No light means I don't have to worry about how monstrous I look. This face is like a curse in of itself. Okay, so the only places I haven't seen yet are this room and Michelle's room. And he made it very clear he didn't want me anywhere near his room, so in practice, that makes this the last one. Here goes. Damn. A huge stained glass window sat at the back of the chamber. The archangel within casted a faint light across the room. The light almost burned my eyes, which were still acclimated to the darkness. It felt almost like I was in the presence of an actual divine being. So we've got a guy named after an angel and a stained glass window of an archangel. Whoever called this place cursed didn't look very hard, I guess. This is closer to a damn temple, if anything. As I approached the source of the light, the shape of the room came into view. Rows of pews, a pulpit, and a cross. Looked like I was right on the money. I was in a chapel, or the remains of one anyway. The wooden pews had rotted to the point of uselessness, and the floor was peeling all over the place. It was like an abandoned shrine to a saint, hidden away in the dark corners of the mansion. Fascinating. The worst of it's been mended, but you can still see marks on the wall, where it looks like it's been struck with a sword or something. Did a battle take place here? There's splotches of black on the floor. Blood stains, maybe? There's something on the pulpit, too. Ah, my mask. I figured he threw it out. So Michelle isn't all cold and heartless after all. Or maybe he just didn't feel like going outside. Who knows? Either way, I'll happily take it back. He's already seen my face, so it doesn't change much, but I feel better covering it up either way. My disease was highly stigmatized and said to be just as infectious. Not only was it obvious from my appearance, I was also required to carry around a bell to alert others to my presence. I lost that while wandering through the forest, but up until then, whenever I went into a town or a city, I had to ring a bell as I walked. Is he supposed to be a leper? And maybe that's why, maybe Michelle doesn't know about lepers or only knows about them through talk. And surprise, surprise, it invited all sorts of dirty looks and people scrambling to get away from me. Churches would sometimes offer me aid, but that was a once-in-a-blue-moon occurrence. Effectively, I'd been through nothing but hell up until now. I hadn't done a damn thing, and yet they treated me like a murderer. In fact, I'd almost bet a criminal didn't get half the crap I did. Just thinking about it killed my mood. He didn't hesitate to touch me, though. Does he not know what I have is contagious or something? I mean, it makes my life easier, at least. Speak of the goddamn devil. Hey there, Michelle. It's been, what, a couple hours? Oh! He's got a Sprite. That's his mask, huh? His eyes don't look that sunken, but I guess this person doesn't know how to draw people not pretty. I found Imian in the chapel. He had put his mask back on despite the fact I'd already seen what it hid. I couldn't imagine whatever he gained from wearing it was worth the obstructed vision, but surely he had his reasons. One hell of an impressive window you've got here. I had a pretty good guess where he was going with that train of thought, and I was entirely disinterested in humoring it. He would start off with something about how beautiful and awe-inspiring it was, mention the archangel, then try to lead into, "You could make a frickin' fortune off this." That's new. I beg your pardon? Glass doesn't come cheap, especially not the colored stuff. Yeah, somebody finally mentions it, that glass is so expensive back then. I was thinking if you found the right buyer, you could be rolling in dough. Does he have any idea just how sacrilegious that is? Let me guess, you're thinking, does he have any idea how blasphemous that is, basically? And now you're thinking, can this fella read my mind? I am not. You should say what's on your mind. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep saying it for you. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not particularly talkative. I'm not saying you have to yap on for days like me. While what you said was indeed blasphemous, I do not disagree with the sentiment. Oh, really? It's just chunks of glass arranged into shapes. Bingo. There's no actual angel there, just man's depiction of one. Who are you, anyway? Well, that sure came out of nowhere. And you want me to spill my guts without you doing the same for me? That's Michelle's MO. He just never tells anybody about himself, and he's like, what's your deal? My apologies. I've not had the chance to hold a conversation in some time. I see. And you are not obligated to say anything if you do not wish to. I would not answer if you asked me the same. Sounds like we're on the same page then. The more we share, the more uncomfortable it's gonna make it for everyone, so let's keep things the way they are. A nice, cozy distance. I may be curious as all get out what the hell you're doing out here alone in the middle of frick all, but I won't pry. Alright, I'll tell you what I can. I'm a nomad. Before I got sick, I traveled all across the lands. Had me a nice lute I'd strum as I trotted from place to place, singing songs and pretending I was a troubadour. You were a traveler? I could tell stories of my exploits for days on end if you want to hear them. I'll pass, thank you. Your eyes tell me you're lying, buddy. I'd rather you listen to what I said. Or stories over dinner, then. Sounds like a date. Now I've got a little question for you, if you don't mind. Not about where you came from or anything, I promise. Yes? Why didn't you say anything about my face? I assumed you were going to ask about the witch, not me. Hard not to be curious, you know? Everyone's grossed out by it. He makes a fair point. Even Morgana was taken aback by the sight. I can imagine he would appear monstrous to someone who's led a relatively normal life, and he's probably been subjected to less than charitable treatment for it. Which makes me wonder, how is he not drained and jaded by now? I don't understand how he can be so spirited. I've seen the kind of hardship that can be brought onto someone by their appearance. So what you're saying is it's nothing new to you. Correct. I did think it a little unusual, but nothing more. I understand your ailment is contagious. What? You knew? Why did you help me then? Why didn't you hesitate to touch me? You carried me into the mansion. You handed me water, all while knowing you could be infected. I couldn't figure out how to honestly explain my actions. Part of it was me deliberately acting against Morgana's wishes, frustrated by her repeated insistence that I kill him. But the aura of death that hung over him was the biggest factor. There was something indescribably alluring about it. All I'll say is, I would have left you if you were in good health. So it was pity. You've got nothing to gain from helping me. I don't have any money, and I'm definitely not a hot babe. I have no interest in money or women. And to be clear, I didn't bring you in out of the goodness of my heart either. When you said you were a subject for my observation, you were correct. You're here predominantly because I wanted to observe a withered, half-dead mummy of a man. A mummy, huh? Well, hate to burst your bubble, but I'm just an ordinary guy. Unfortunately so. And here I thought you were only observing me because you didn't know about my disease. Never would have guessed it was the other way around. God, you really are one of the most bizarre fellas I have ever met. A lot of people say that about Michelle. I was just gonna not say anything, keep it to myself. Use this as a chance to stretch my wings, enjoy not being the unclean for once. Didn't much care either way if you ended up catching it. So the witch has declined your request to speak with her. Not even gonna let me finish, huh? I'll take that as a no apologies necessary, then. Well, shit. You have no reason to remain here. I left the bar off the front door for you. The witch was my last resort. I saw who knows how many doctors. Not a one could do a thing. Hell, as soon as they saw me, the assholes tried to rob me blind with fees. It'll cost extra because they're putting themselves at risk, they'd claim. So I traveled to other cities, towns, villages. If docs weren't gonna do anything, maybe I'd have better luck with regional remedies. Everything from the herbal stuff to straight up hocus pocus. No effect, any of it. Man, he is totally one of the people Morgana would have given her blood for. In life. I have no interest in apology or his life story, so why haven't I turned and left yet? Why am I standing here listening to him talk? All that left for me to turn to was God and the devil. But I figured God would just say, accept your lot in life, shrug his shoulders, then tell me to die in a ditch. But I wanted to live. Even looking like that? Damn right. So what did you believe? So what? Do you believe that if you tough it out, one day your valiant efforts will pay off, that there's light at the end of the tunnel? Because that's all fairy tale nonsense. You're right. The real world doesn't work like that. We just tell ourselves it does, because it makes it easier to get through the day. But the fact of it is, life's a big old swamp, and no one's got a map. One wrong step and it swallows you whole, like a game designed by a goddamn 5-year-old. The odds are stacked against you, but like hell I'm gonna go down without a fight. I've got nothing to show for it yet, which is exactly why I'm not ready to kick the bucket. You never will have anything to show for it either. Your desire to make something of your life will only serve to drag you deeper into the depths. The more you tell yourself you can, the greater your pain when you realize you can't. Sounds a hell of a lot like you're speaking from experience, buddy. Finally, someone in this game says that. As I said, the witch will not be seeing you. You would do best to look elsewhere to fulfill your dying wishes. You never know, bud. Tomorrow's another day. Maybe she'll be in a more accommodating mood then. But I'm sure not gonna let one measly no get the better of me. The witch, Morgana, is a sadistic woman. If she reveals herself to you, it'll only be to torture and kill you. Can't say death much scares me these days. It's knocking on my door regardless. And you can never say for sure. Every woman's got at least 2 masks she switches between. Fuck, that's true about Morgana. Maybe she'll pick a friendlier one for me than she does for you. You're a damn fool if you believe that. And she's a witch. Even if she would hear you out, she doesn't have the power to heal you. Ruin, and destruction is her singular desire. I have to ask. All you want from me is to watch me die, right? Shit, you could read that off of him? So what do you have to gain from warning me about the witch? Doesn't worrying about me run counter to your own wishes? I'm hardly worried about you. Could have fooled me. Michelle's just nice on the inside. I'm simply making a statement of fact. You would only be wasting your time trying to see the witch. I haven't seen the proof, so I'm not convinced this is much of a fact as you claim. Which means this conversation's going exactly nowhere. Do as you please. I won't try to chase you out anymore. But don't come crying to me when my words prove true. Much obliged, buddy. That's one less hurdle to trip over on my way out of it, making a huge ass of myself. I would like you to promise me one thing, though. Sure thing. I'll leave the bar off the front door, so when the time comes, make sure you save enough energy to get yourself outside before you die. I don't want to have to clean up the mess. You're a real treat, buddy. After our little chat, Michelle gave me permission to make use of anything in the mansion. It still came with the condition that I stayed away from his room and didn't pry into his personal life, but that seemed fair enough, considering I didn't want him digging into mine, either. In fact, I couldn't have asked for a better arrangement. After so long wandering, with food a constant uncertainty, having a roof over my head and meals at my convenience was heaven on earth. He had dried foods and smoked meats in his cellar, as well as bread, which, last I checked, didn't store for very long. But he never seemed to leave the house, so I did recall hearing some rumors on my way here. Whispers of a shadowy carriage, occasionally seen heading toward the cursed mansion. No one knew for sure what it carried, but there was a general consensus. Offerings to the witch, fresh sacrifices to keep her appeased, which was obvious nonsense. No one was sending shipments of virgins to offer to the witch. A basket of bread and supplies now, maybe. Rumors have a way of taking on a life of their own. That was so patently absurd I couldn't believe anyone bought it. That still left me with scores of questions, though. Who was bringing Michelle the supplies, and for what purpose? Why did he never leave? Was he imprisoned here for some iniquity? But obviously I had no intention of seeking out the answers. If we spent long enough together, I'd probably find out eventually. But I knew damn well I didn't have that kind of time left. What point was there to lifting the curtains on someone else's life when chances are I was going to croak not long after? I had no intention of repeating Pandora's mistake. If I was going to spend my last days here, living with him, I wasn't going to get anywhere near that jar and risk making waves. I couldn't say whether or not that was the best strategy, but regardless, I made it through our first 2 weeks together well enough. And in those 2 weeks, it seemed like the two of us were talking more and more. I was standing before the stained glass window. It had become routine for me to spend a few hours of each far too long day in the mansion's chapel. I wasn't so naive as to think the angel would grant me relief, but I did sort of enjoy being in the presence of something so magnificent and undeniably beyond my reach. It was impressive in the same way as any other massively expensive piece of art. Now that I think about it, I never really appreciated art when I was younger. Couldn't even tell the difference between what was good and bad. Maybe because I was just a kid, or because there was nothing there to appreciate. Imion. Imion? Oh, hey, sorry. Lost in my thoughts. What's the occasion? You almost never initiate. I need your help with something. Damn, is the sky gonna fall out today? So, what can I do for you? I'm going to cover up the stained glass window. You're gonna... what? It seemed, unsurprisingly, that was the last thing he expected to come out of my mouth. And the incredulity was obvious even in his raspy old man's voice. I could easily imagine the expression he might be making beneath the mask, if he had a face left to make it with. Would asking for a reason count as prying? No particular reason. I simply disliked the sight of it. Well, that's a damn shame. I rather enjoyed my time with it. I seem to recall you saying it was nothing more than colored glass. In a spiritual sense, sure, but do I look like I'm praying to it? No, I'm admiring the craftsmanship. It's one hell of a piece. I see. Though I've pretty much got the thing memorized by now, so sure. Let me give you a hand. Thank you. Follow me. I gave Imion a quick glance, then started off down the hall. So that part that glossed over when he eventually drew the curtains on the stained glass window, that is in fact here with Imion helping him do it. That did seem like kind of a big undertaking for Michel to do on his own, since he's so frail and everything. But Imion's frail too, but still, it seems like more than a one-person job to cover a window that big. I gave Imion a quick glance and started off down the hall. I walked at a relaxed pace because, as much as he tried to hide it, he was visibly more sluggish than 2 weeks prior. Even breathing seemed to be an endeavor for him. As I walked, I made sure he was keeping up by the sound of his footsteps, but never once did I turn back to look. Facing away, I said, "You didn't have to come along." "Excuse me, you're the one who asked me to. Don't you think it a bit inconsiderate to ask someone in your condition to do hard physical labor? No one with any common decency would do that." "Well, I guess that puts you in the clear." "I'm just joking, don't bite my head off." I didn't say anything. I wouldn't say I think it's inconsiderate, personally. In fact, I really appreciate you not giving me special treatment of any kind. You don't go easy on me just because I'm sick, and you don't put me through the ringer for it either. I prefer it that way, us both on level ground. If you say so. I know I just said I appreciate you not going easy on me. But this is a bit much, don't you think? And holy hell, this room's 10 times mustier than the rest of the joint. I've got it. This is a really freaking roundabout way of murder, isn't it? I told you that you didn't have to help. The two of us were looking down an old weathered bundle of cloth that had been in the mansion longer than even I had. It was a single piece, large enough to cover the entire stained glass window and thick enough to block out its light. The fabric was far heavier than most people realize, and something this thick and heavy and tightly woven was gonna weigh a ton. Yeah, exactly. This is why I always thought that was kind of weird that Michel could pull that off by himself. I knew I wouldn't be able to carry it to the chapel by myself. You're free to head back to your room. I'll do it. I'm not backing out now. Besides, there's not a chance in hell you're getting us up there alone. It's not that long of a walk from here to the chapel, I think. Alright, let's do this. Hold up, I need a breather. Whoa, hey, don't drop it without warning me, asshole. It's just these two frail dudes who are as thin as sticks, like pulling a curtain up a set of stairs, and it's like a complete fucking ordeal. They're just so sickly and frail. They got no muscle. And quit trying to act like you're hot shit. I can see you're just as winded as me. What do you know? What do you know? I'm perfectly fine. Someone is out of shape. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Hey, now, at least I have an excuse. You're in perfect freaking hell. And look at me, I'm half dead here. Before I got sick, I could run for 24 hours straight, no problem. All right, let's get going. Are you deaf? Finally, we made it. I seriously thought I would die before we got here. That's one for the gravestone. Died carrying a bundle of fabric. Not trying to hide it anymore, are ya? Not a word. Oh God, I'm laughing and coughing. Where is this coming from? And please don't cough and laugh at the same time. It's disturbing. I don't know. It's freaking hilarious. What is? You don't think this is the funniest damn thing in the world? Two grown-ass men carrying a giant sheep through the dark, grinding themselves to the bone so they don't have to look at a pretty stained glass window. Like, for real. Are you hearing that? It's the stupidest thing. Yeah, I was just pointing that out. I cannot say I find it amusing myself. Well, you're lost, buddy. Let's finish this up then, shall we? I assume the pulpit isn't nailed down, so we can use that to get some height. He seems to be enjoying himself. I can't imagine enjoying much of anything in that kind of condition. I'm not sure if I'll ever understand him. The way he's being so upbeat is kind of bringing me down. Why should him acting cheerful have any effect on me? I buried that emotion long ago. Alright, I'm gonna take a teensy break. I think I really need a bite to eat and to refill my water, because these two voices are kind of taking a toll on me. Because I kind of have Michel deeper, and then I have Emion all raspy, so I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hope that wasn't too long of a wait. Ooh, I'm gonna have to make more tea later. Alright. What are you doing here, exactly? Huh? Haven't we been over this? I want to ask the witch. You're no fool. I don't need to tell you that the witch isn't real. For the past 2 weeks, I let Enmion explore the house as he pleased. He had likely seen everything but my chambers by now. It should have been obvious there was no third person living here. I was the only one who could hear the witch's voice. I was the only one who could feel her presence. All the servants and my family had sent over the years were proof of that. She may have existed for me, but from his perspective, there was no meaningful difference between that and her not existing at all. Remember what you said in the storeroom? There's not a chance in hell you're getting this up there alone. You still believe the witch was real. You still believe there was a third person living in this mansion. You wouldn't have said that. What do you want from this place? Somewhere to die? You want to make this your final resting place? Someone's feeling talkative today. This isn't funny. It's comfortable here. There's a warmth to the darkness. It doesn't reject me for being impure. Yeah, you're, even though this is the nasty side of Morgana, you're kind of like among peers with, Morgana and Michelle in the persecution department. Impure. That's what everyone says about me. I have no say in the matter. I have an impure disease, so that makes me impure. I think it's story time. What do you say? This time we'll go into a little more detail. My life was set. I had dozens of friends and a wonderful, loving family. I didn't bother with the family business, instead spending my days wandering. But one of my trips, I got sick, and I got scared. So I rushed back home, wanting nothing more than to see my family and friends again. But when I got there, no one recognized me as me. They called me a demon impersonating their Imion. A demon? Michelle's like, oh, that sounds like me. He's saying the Boulinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed. I came to the consensus that the real Imion was still off traveling. They wouldn't accept me for who I was just because I didn't look like what they thought I should. What does that have to do with my question? Basically, what I'm saying is, there's not many people who are willing to see the truth. The truth? That I am who I say I am. That I'm Imion, not some evil doppelganger. The only person who sees me as an ordinary fella is you, Michelle. I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And he doesn't know DDA is gonna kill him. Don't misconstrue apathy for I don't care why. All that matters is that you do. You see me for who I am, and that's the most amazing feeling. I haven't done anything to warrant that reaction. And if there's one thing I can tell you, it's that it's foolish to rely on anyone for emotional support. Don't blindly put your trust in me. And don't expect anything out of me. Please. Like I said, I don't care why. As I stood there in silence, Imion's laugh echoed off the chapel walls. He then climbed onto the pulpit, which was probably brutal on his joints, though he didn't show it, crossed his legs and looked up at the glass angel. His arms were thin as twigs, his voice raspy as an old man's, his hair devoid of all sheen, his entire body deteriorating. Even the most callous of men would cringe at the piteous sight. Yet he sat there with his head held high, a smug smirk on his face. For a split second, the thought crossed my mind that if the name Michel didn't belong to me, but to him instead, he would have been able to just laugh off that painting. And as soon as I caught myself, I froze. Back to your question, what do you think? Why do I want to stay here, even though the witch doesn't exist? I knew what he wanted me to say, and I knew that I couldn't. I hadn't done a single thing to deserve that from him. What he felt was disproportionate to reality. Silent treatment again. You've figured it out, though. I know you have. There's your answer. If I were even half of what I used to be, I'd love to drag you out of this house, kicking and screaming. Travel far and wide together. Find the place you feel at home. You feel more at home than anywhere else in the world. Imion! Ooh, you got feelings for Michelle? Be nice, wouldn't it? Leave me out of your fantasies. He could only think that way because he'd led such a cushy life. That may have come crashing down when he got sick, but only someone who had been well off would ever think there was hope to be found outside. And on top of that, he was simple and honest enough to admit it. I'm just jealous of him. This is all this is. Take a seat up here on the pulpit with me. Feels like you're shoving your ass right in God's face. Wish I'd tried this sooner. It's freaking incredible. It really is. Between the two of us, a guy who probably couldn't overpower a rabbit and someone on death's damn doorstep, covering up the stained glass window was a grueling task. That day marked a turning point in our relationship, though. It was an insignificant change, something I doubted anyone but us would even be able to notice, but it wasn't the degree that mattered. There was a real shift in the air between us. Michelle didn't seem so persistently wary of me anymore, and I started to feel more relaxed in his presence. I didn't have to prove anything to anyone here, in part because he didn't pry into my personal life, but also because my time was so limited, I didn't have any reason to keep up a front anymore. The biggest factor, though, was that no one here knew who I was. Time to time, Imion and I would have supper together. I wasn't going out of my way to spend time with him, but I didn't particularly mind it either. I had no reason to. We stayed out of each other's business, and we both knew it was a temporary arrangement. As his disease worsened, his one exasperating vigor started to seem more and more obviously like a facade. When he spoke, it was like I could hear the remnants of his fading soul spill out with each gravelly syllable. It was getting difficult to make out what he said at all. Poor guy! But still he persisted to act as though nothing was wrong around me. So I acted in kind, making sure not to touch on his deteriorating condition. You know, we never did get around to talking about my adventures. Nobody's stopping you. You could just be honest and say you want to hear them. I can see it in your eyes. You love adventure stories. Not only that, you want to go on some yourself. That could not be further from the truth. Liar! Alright, let's see. How about the story of the battle in the Northlands? About 5 years back, I was traveling the lands far north. Heavy snowfall covered the land in winter, stretching as far as the eye can see. And with the arrival of spring, it would melt and rejuvenate the earth. It was a lot colder up north than it is down here, but the lands were fertile nonetheless. And naturally, where there's fertile land, there's people fighting over it. 2 countries, one to the east and one to the west, vied for control over this particular area. I watched the battle from the safety of a nearby hill. The theater for this battle was a large plain, sea situated to the north. Separating the two is a river south from the sea. It wasn't a very deep river, though. Both horses and infantry would cross it, albeit with some difficulty. The Western Army attacked first. They outnumbered and were better equipped than the Eastern Army, their soldiers well-trained and commanders sharp. Planning and organization allowed them to cross the river with ease. And once they were on the other side, they stormed the Eastern Army. Now, how do you suppose the battle went? It wouldn't make for a very good story if the Western Army simply went on to defeat the Eastern Army. Because you're asking, I presume the Eastern Army had something up their sleeve? Jeez, you're the worst kind of person to tell a story to, buddy. Play along at least, would you? I hate to burst your bubble, but I am not a child listening to a bedtime story. Well, you're right about one thing. I would have framed things differently if the Western Army was gonna win. Maybe gone into detail how advanced their equipment was, how strong their soldiers were, name-dropped a commander or two. But no, the Western Army did not conquer the Eastern Army. In fact, they were both defeated. Oh? Yep. Thanks to the intervention of a third force. Now, where do you suppose this mysterious third force came from? Was it Gandalf leading them and they like ran down the hill? No, I'm just kidding. It was the Danes. You've gotta be kidding me. You suck at this. Given what you described, two sides divided by a river floating from a sea to the north, the larger Western Army crossing over to take the Eastern Army by surprise, the logical conclusion is that a third force would travel down the aforementioned river. Neither side had ships able to sail such shallow waters, so they didn't anticipate an attack from the river. The Danes to the north, however, have numerous ships capable of exactly that. That's why they're feared as the Lords of the Sea. Yep, that's exactly right. Thanks for skipping all the good parts and going straight to the answer. A fleet of ships with dragon heads on both ends sailed down the river after the Western Army crossed, quickly making land. The Danes are fearsome warriors, and big boys at that. They attacked both armies from behind, taking them out in no time, and the land fell into the hands of the invaders from the north. Then, once it was all over, I hauled ass right the hell out of there. I have only read of the Danes' fearsome prowess in books. For you to witness an actual ambush. Jealous? See what I tell ya. You're all about these adventure stories. I am not. Well, I sure am. The Danes, they can travel both shallow waters and the open sea. The whole world is at their fingertips. Everyone just thinks they're savages. They don't see their potential. Big fan of the Vikings we got here. I wonder what's out there across the seas. What wondrous world awaits beyond those waters. I bet it's heaven on earth out there. A land unlike anything you can find traveling on foot. I mean, you're correct, but I don't know about heaven on earth unless you go to, I don't know. What's a really nice place? Go to the beach or something over there. No. So long as a man infests this earth, you will find no heaven on this earth. As long as man infests the surface, alright? I knew you weren't a people person, but damn, you're worse than I ever imagined. You can't make it through life on misanthropy and cynicism alone. Someone needs to teach you how to dream, buddy. Dreams are just that. Fantasies never to be realized. Dreams are freedom. Doesn't matter if you're sick or a sinner, infirm or exiled, you can go anywhere inside your head. You have complete and absolute freedom in your dreams. All empty hopes and dreams do is erode the spirit. I gave up on mine for a reason. If I were in good health, I could have asked the Danes to take me on one of their longships. Bring me somewhere far, far away from here. A place where everyone's equal. No poor and no rich to oppress them. No one being judged for their looks or the family they were born into. I could have gone on another adventure. Brought you along this time. Found our paradise. I'm pretty sure the only way you're getting on a longship is as a captive to the Danes. Remember what I said about dreams like 3 seconds ago? Shove that silly realism into a box and lock it up. You can dream whatever sort of crazy, outrageous nonsense you... Imion? Don't worry about... Okay, so back to story time. After I escaped from the Danes... I crossed paths with this incredible bard. This one's gonna blow your mind, I'm sure. I didn't tell him not to push himself. He knew his own condition far better than me. I didn't have to tell him that continuing was a bad idea. My role was to be quiet and listen. Imion then sung for me a song he supposedly learned from the bard. I could sing way better than this back then, he said with a strained laugh before beginning the raspy ballad. Every note melted into a sort of indistinct flat buzz, but it was still somehow pleasant to listen to. Perhaps because I could imagine what his voice may have sounded like in its prime. A bright, optimistic, unwavering, powerful voice. All the more enchanting because it existed only in my imagination. As I listened to him sing, so much that I kept sealed away slowly crept back to the surface. I felt like I was being whisked away into a far, distant world by the tales of his exploits in the bard's song. With Imion, his hand held out, waiting to take mine. The words, "Let's set off to a new world, buddy," on his lips. But his time on this earth was drawing to a close. Those fantasies faded to fade into nothing. You aren't seriously going to make friends with him, are you? I thought you were better than that. Or do you think you'll get something out of this? Well, you're sorely mistaken. You've forgotten what you truly are, and gotten it into your head you can be equals with him. Your heart brims with blight. Yet here you are, grasping at companionship, knowing full well it's but a fleeting illusion. What do you have to gain from forging a friendship with him? Already tired of me, are you, my dear? Very well, I shall take my leave. Despite what they may say, I'm a very kind-hearted girl. To those whose fates are sealed, that is. I pray you're blessed with wonderful dreams tonight. That night I had a dream. Not a nightmare, nor a dream of the past. A warm, pleasant, slightly bittersweet dream. Well, I guess Morgana's wish came true. I hadn't had one like this in quite some time. Whoa. An endless field stretched out before us. We pushed our way through the sea of waist-high grass, pressing onward toward the ever-distant horizon. A spring breeze whisked past, caressing my cheek. At my side stood a man beaming as bright as the sun. He had hair of deep scarlet, like the color of the setting sun. His eyes were unflinching, his lips showing his strong resolve. His chest was smooth and muscular, and he had a musky scent. It was my first time seeing his face, but I knew exactly who he was. Not much farther now. The man spoke. Our paradise is just up ahead. His lips curled up. It was a smile that might look condescending on any other face, but on his it seemed perfectly natural, not a trace of disdain. In fact, anything but a cocky smirk would have seemed out of place, which made reality that much more bitter. Here on the other side of the sea, in this beautiful land, no one will think less of us for anything. If someone happens to find out about you, no one's gonna make a big deal out of it, and no one's gonna be afraid of my disease. I was well aware of the fact that it was a dream, and I thought it a rather cruel one. Imion was right. I did love adventure stories, and I did want to go on one of my own. This was the very thing I had wished for since I was a child. Two men setting out together, free from obligations, on a journey to see the world, exploring the unknown, and sharing that experience with a dear friend. But it could never happen. Not so long as I was who I was, and not so long as Imion was sick and on the verge of death. It was a dream we could never make come true, no matter how badly we wanted it, no matter how hard we fought for it. It wasn't an entirely impossible dream, though. There was one part of it that could become reality. The two of us becoming friends. There was probably enough time before he died for me to get close enough to tell him how I really felt. That I just wanted a friend. That I just wanted to be able to laugh and frown and get upset like an ordinary guy. Like him. There may be time, but that's not enough. I had spent too much of my life isolated. I had almost irreversibly adapted to the solitude. Breaking through that shell would be no easy task, especially not with my unspeakable secret hovering over me. The very fact of my nature, which had transformed me from the namesake of an angel into an abominable demon that didn't deserve to live. Something I couldn't tell anyone, couldn't let anyone find out, which meant that a normal friendship was impossible for me to form, and I knew that far too well. Michelle, do you really think he'd give a shit? He's on the verge of death, and he's been treated like shit ever since he got sick. That night oh, now this is Imion's point of view. That night I had a dream. Not a nightmare, nor a dream of the past. A warm, pleasant, slightly bittersweet dream. I hadn't had one like this in quite some time. The exact same dream. Morgana, what are you doing to them? An endless field stretched out before us. We pushed our way through the sea of waist-high grass, pressing onward toward the ever-distant horizon. A spring breeze whisked past, caressing my cheek. At my side stood a man with a somewhat forlorn look on his face. He had long silver hair that fluttered in the wind. A darkness was visible beneath the pale red of his eyes, and his lips were furrowed into a half scowl. He was tall enough that I had to look up at him. The man furrowed his brow as if to scorn the shining sun for daring to be brighter than the candlelight he was so used to. It was my first time getting a good look at him. I might have gotten some of the smaller details wrong, but he was still very distinctly the Michelle I knew. I pointed outward toward the horizon and said, "That's where our paradise awaits." He didn't seem to believe he would actually find anything, but still he joined me on my endless journey with nary a complaint. So all it takes is bringing him into my dreams to drag the cynicism out of him, huh? I thought. Then with a laugh I said, "We would make pretty good friends, don't you think?" His eyes swam for a few moments before he finally muttered a response. Many years ago, I dreamed of having something like that. You gotta be a little more specific. Like my two brothers. Keep going. Someone I could share anything with, and who could do the same with me. Someone who understands me without need of words. The classic image of a friend. Two guys who've always got each other's backs. Michel crossed his arms and turned his head away. He might have even blushed, but I couldn't see for sure. I had mixed feelings, though. Mostly I was glad to hear he felt that way, and I wanted to make that dream come true. We'll be just like that, you'll see, buddy. Another breath of wind blew past. I was pretty sure I was smiling, the way I always did, the way I always pretended to. My self-confident, utterly vacuous smirk. If we really got to know each other, there was no way we would ever be friends. True friendship was impossible to achieve between us, and I knew that far too well. What is it on your side? Because I awoke in darkness, in a house where the time of day held no meaning. The same sight awaited me every morning. Before I had grown fully accustomed to a world without light, the uncertainty of it had occasionally morphed into fear, my instincts reacting, I presumed. Danger was harder to perceive in the dark, after all. But once I'd gotten used to it, the darkness felt almost compassionate, with its indiscriminating embrace. And now I was more stable here than I was in the light. This morning was an unusually pleasant one, though. All my problems were still problems. Curses, still curses. It felt like I'd managed to break the surface and catch my breath for the first time in who knew how many years. Perhaps I could thank the dream I had. I rolled out of bed, grabbing my candlestick off my nightstand. With the remains of the mostly melted old one, I lit a new candle and headed for the door. Next on my list was the fireplace. I tried to make sure there was always at least a small flame in it. But as soon as I stepped out into the hall, "What are you doing there?" I found myself face to face with Imion, but that wasn't an entirely accurate description, as he was slouched against the wall across from my door. "Mornin', Michelle." I couldn't help but cringe at the sight of him, still insisting on keeping up his everything's all right act. "What are you doing?" "Seems pretty obvious to me." "Well, it isn't to me. You're clearly in no condition to be walking around." "It's come." "What has?" "My time." The light from the candle fluttered about, slightly offset from the trembling of my bony hand. How dare they break our hearts again with like some random side story? But Imion, he was visibly shaking, enough that I probably could have seen it even without the dim candlelight. Not out of fear or cold, but simply a physiological reaction to his condition. His breath sounded like puffs of wind, the whoosh of a bitter winter morning echoing in the hall. His arms and legs were so atrophied that if I didn't know better, I might think him a small tree withering away in the fierce cold at first glance. My gaze slowly drifted downward, stopping at his splayed arms. Blotches of red were visible on the palms of his hands. "Did you cough that up?" I almost reflexively made to draw nearer, but he stopped me after only one step. "No, stay back, don't touch me. You might catch it. We've been living here together, breathing the same air. If I were gonna catch it, I would have already. The fact that I haven't shows it's not an infectious disease. Maybe, maybe not. But either way, you shouldn't touch the blood. You know, as well as I do, that blood is unclean. It carries everything in our bodies, even diseases. You may be able to catch it from the blood, even if you didn't from anything else. So I figured I'd drop on by, say my goodbyes. Say you're..." I stopped myself before finishing the sentence, realizing just how foolish it would make me sound. I was the one who had told him to leave when he knew his time was up. But that was back then. That was just how I felt when he first showed up. If I'm real lucky, I have maybe a couple days left. I've been hiding it, but it's been hard to even stand these last few days. And you did a terrible job of it. Although I didn't realize you were in quite such bad shape. Well, I guess I get a passing score on my acting then. How can you laugh about this? I'm in a great mood. That's ridiculous. You can't be. Just drop the act already. It's no act, bud. I'm serious. I'm feeling great. I had a fantastic time. And what better way to show that than with a nice laugh? Ugh. Looking down on this man laughing as death crept closer, I didn't feel pity or sorrow or anguish. I was angry. My chest clenched and my stomach lurched. Ugh, how aggravating. There was something else there too. Some other way I could describe it, but I didn't know what the feeling was. I couldn't draw it to the surface. It was aggravating, frustrating, sickening. Those simple, negative emotions were what I kept falling back to. I wanted to block it all out. Imion's deteriorating body, that comforting dream, my own circumstances, that dark mansion, this dark mansion, the whole world. I had an amazing time here with you. Seriously. Stop it. You're just getting sentimental, letting your emotions cloud your memory. I've done nothing for you. Think about your time before you got sick, when you were with your friends and family. Think about the time you spent traveling. Then you'll realize how insignificant your time here really was. It was all a lie. What? I was never a traveler. My name isn't even Imion. I never went to the Northlands, and I never saw the Danes. Even what I said about having a ton of friends, all lies. Here's the truth. I look like I came from the slums now, but I was born into a decently upper-class family. My father and brothers all owned several estates. I wasn't traveling when I got sick, but at home. And for a while, I was kept locked up to keep it under wraps. What? You and Michelle are exactly the same. You should have... if only they'd talked about this, before Imion's just about to drop dead. Yeah, Rachel, hello! We're playing a very cheery game tonight. No, this game is all pain all the time, and, we're kind of getting into some post-game side stories, and even they're painful. Great! Hello! Oh boy. Oh, Ichio-san, hello! We're having a wonderful, cheery time, aren't we? I spent my life doing everything asked of me for them, and they turned on me the second I caught this damn disease. You and Michelle had the exact same life, bro! You should have just said this earlier, even though you had no idea, because Michelle never says a thing about his own life. The servants I thought respected me. The brothers I thought loved me. They all wanted nothing to do with me anymore. Just like Michelle! The F? Oh, cutesy uwu voice. Oh, great. This scene? Okay. Fine. Alright, let's see. I need to get my timer back out. All right, this conversation with a cutesy ooh voice. Let's go. And before long, they started saying it was punishment for my transgressions. That I was cursed to transform into a hideous monster because I deserved it. Real swell family, huh? The disease hadn't progressed this far then either, so I still looked, well, half decent at least. A pretty damn good looking guy, if I do say so myself. So I used that to manipulate one of the maidservants into helping me escape. And that's how my life as a nomad really began. So while I was something of a traveler, I was carrying some pretty big luggage along with me. Everywhere I went, I was treated like garbage. The Emion you met, brimming with self-confidence, was all an act. I'm sorry for lying to you. Why? Why'd I pretend to be someone I'm not? Because... No, I don't care about that. Why didn't you say something sooner? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Emion's story, his wife, was painfully similar to my own. I'd been called a demon, mocked and insulted, made out to be a madman, and then walked away where no one could see me. Everyone I thought to be on my side turned against me. You should have told me. Cracks began to form in the thick shell I'd spent so long building around myself. Sharp claws dug their way through the flesh of my heart, which I had thought long since numb. Thick blood seeped from within me. It was absurd. If anyone here was hurting, it was Emion. If I had known, I could have done something. Was that where I was going with this? That I could have told him about my own past and we could have bonded over our suffering? Yeah, that's right. You need something like that in your... No, that's not how it would have gone. If Emion had told me what we had been through right off, I would have seen so much of myself in him that I'd have likely detested him for it. Oh, that could be true. I wouldn't have wanted to get to know him better. I wouldn't have wanted to even see him. I suspected pretty early on that you'd been through something similar, that you weren't here of your own will, and from your mannerisms that you came from a noble family. Which is why I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want you to think that was why I was here. I didn't stay because we both led tragic lives. That's not why I found it so comfortable here. Everything about how I presented to you was a facade, which is precisely why I was able to be myself. I can't tell you how wonderful it felt for you to accept me for me. I didn't... You didn't have to do it. Okay, it's been more than 2 minutes. I should probably switch back. Anyway, this is sad. You didn't have to do anything. That was enough to set me free. I could feel sweat trailing down the back of my neck. I couldn't follow along, couldn't make sense of what he was saying. My heart was wavering, but I couldn't put any of it into words. What were you supposed to say to that? I hadn't the first idea. And with the way I lived my life, the way I closed myself off, I never would know. So I wanna thank you. Goodbye, Michelle. And Neon let out a long sigh, like his nerves had loosened all at once now that he had said his piece. He then climbed to his feet, using the wall for support, let out a couple muffled coughs, and started off down the hall, leaving me behind. Wait, Imion! The shackles around my spirit were on the verge of coming off. Everything I'd worked so hard to bury was bubbling to the surface. The man I had killed in order to survive in this empty darkness was being infused with life anew. I was opening myself up. Wait, I lied too. Or, I mean, what I said then isn't true now. I don't want you to leave anymore. I don't care if you've only got a few days left. You'll last longer here than you will out there. So what, you're gonna take me in and nurse me? Exactly. Imion. It's damn tempting, but no thanks. Why? I'm sorry. Why? The first person I'd ever met who I could have possibly called an equal, a friend, was trying to withdraw from my life. Forever. Something inside me cracked, and something inside me formed anew. Morgana! Morgana! Morgana, I know you're listening. Michelle. Cure him, please. That's enough, Michelle. The witch isn't just a legend. She doesn't have a physical form, but she lives here in this mansion, and she's somewhere nearby watching everything. Really, it's okay. Believe me. I do believe you. Imion. It's okay. Thank you. Why are you so insistent on leaving? Didn't you want to talk to the witch? I just think now's the best time to call it quits. But why? I do feel bad about this for what it's worth, and I'm seriously grateful to you too. That doesn't tell me why. Sorry. I want you to take what you're feeling right now and keep it with you. You, what? Seeing the person in yourself will help you see the person in someone else when you next have that chance. What the fuck, Imion? This is gonna be Giselle next. Whoever that is, you take him by the hand and get out of here. Go somewhere you both want to be. But they don't get that chance either. You may not find paradise, but you'll have a life. What on earth are you talking about? All right. Now I'm seriously on my last legs. Can't even fake that I'm okay anymore. Imion. So long. Wait! Michelle. I think we made pretty good friends, don't you? And with that, he marched off down the dark hallway. It was almost unbelievable how sure-footed he seemed compared to only a few moments earlier. And then I realized what that was. His final show of self-confidence. I could have easily caught up to him, but my feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Maybe because I knew that even if I stopped him, it wouldn't stop me from losing him. Because anything I did would amount to nothing. Ugh. I slowly dropped to my knees. The candlestick spilled from my hand, the flame flickering out, a heavy darkness draping the hallway. I covered my face and let out a sharp, bitter groan. He had lived here less than a month. We barely knew each other well enough to call ourselves acquaintances, never mind friends. There was no reason for me to be feeling this emptiness, but telling myself that didn't make the pain go away. The pain of having something dear snatched away from you. A pain I had never ever wanted to experience again. I thought I could hear the witch cackling. whispering that opening myself up only made me vulnerable, that bringing that dying man into my house was only ever going to leave me feeling all the more lonely, that I always belonged in darkness, not light. Thank God he left the bar off. I've barely got enough in me to push the door open. Is that really how you want to do this? Oh my God, she appeared for him. Oh, it's you. Well, color me surprised. I figured you'd be with Michelle. I'm here to see you off for him. You mean you decided you'd get more entertainment out of me? What did you all talk? By yourselves? A girl with long braided hair stood before me, a smile spread across her lips. Her form was vague, almost a silhouette, and I couldn't make out any details, but I still knew exactly who she was. This wasn't my first encounter with the witch, after all. I'd been able to see her and hear her voice since shortly after arriving at the mansion. And you just never told Michelle? Damn. When I told Michelle that I believed she existed, I wasn't just saying it. I knew. You're quite the seasoned liar. Making out like you're coming clean. And then replacing one set of lies with another. You can still go back and make it right. Tell him the truth, and you'll have my wish. Think about it, my dear. What the fuck? A few days after taking up lodging at the mansion, the witch appeared before me. She spoke in a pretty but almost childlike voice, explaining how unusual it was that I could see her, because evidently, no one with a trace of hope in their heart is capable of seeing me. They can't hear my voice, or even sense my presence. The despair that coursed through Michelle is what served as the catalyst for my resurrection. You're not here to be healed. You want to put a curse on someone, don't you? Oh, that's what got her all riled up. That's right. Your eyes don't lie. I'm honestly kind of floored right now. First, the Witch of Legend is real. And second, she's not even human. A mortal could neither cause miracles nor cast curses. So by now, she's already thought her miracles were just placebo effects when she was alive. Fair enough. So how'd you know what I really wanted? It was obvious, my dear. All that murky filth swirling beneath your smiling visage is like a window directly into your soul. It sounds like there's no hiding anything from you, so I can just drop the act, huh? Tell me you at least can't hear everything I'm thinking. And what if I can? I would appreciate a little bit of privacy. Fear not, my dear. I don't have the ability to read your mind, no. But you should know that the world as you living see it, and the world as I see it, are different things. Emotions, such as your seething animosity and desire to curse, as well as fragments of your memory, are all laid bare to me. I normally wouldn't bother sparing anyone a moment of my time. I have a mission to accomplish, and I would like Michel to accompany me on the long journey to its completion. He won't, but, you know. So I don't have time to distract myself with anything else. If you were, indeed, nothing but a needlessly optimistic fool come in search of miracles, I would have done everything in my power to chase you out. So I can assume the fact I'm still here means you've taken at least something of an interest in me, then. Indeed. For you were broken enough to come seeking me. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want you to curse my family. Oh, plot twist! He's like Michelle, but opposite. Every last one of those damn Castañers. What the hell? And it's the family from south of the Bollingshays. Whoa! So wait, is the ugly girl his sister then, or what? Or maybe she's not ugly, but it had some off vibes about her portrait. That's my final wish. The last thing I want from this life. I gave my whole life for my family, sacrificed everything, and they repay me with derision, hell, making me into a demon. I'm here, sick and miserable, and no one gives a rat's ass. They need to experience the living hell I had to endure. I can't go in peace until they have. It would be my pleasure. Wait, seriously? What, do you not believe me? No, I just didn't think it would be that easy. On one condition, though. I will offer my sincerest wishes for your family's utter devastation. So long as you offer me something in return. Now that sounds more like the witch I was expecting. So, what do you want from me, my life? A sack of gold? My resources are a bit limited, but let's hear it. Michelle's spirit. Excuse me? I told you I wanted Michel to accompany me on my journey. But too much of his worldly concerns remain for him to be of any use for me right now. He still racks his mind over trifling drivel. That stone-faced Michel? He has actual worries? It's all an act. For now, that is. I want you to crush his spirit, transform him into something more fitting for my purposes. And then I will make your wish mine. That sweet voice makes what you're asking all the more frightening. So how do I go about it? Start by using your head, my dear. It was worth a shot. That said, I will give you a hint. You have at your disposal everything you need to become exactly what he desires most. It didn't take long around Michel to figure out what the witch meant. There was one thing he very clearly sought, and that was something I was, presently, capable of making myself into. I had everything one would need to slip through the cracks in the wall around his heart. I was on the verge of death. I didn't know a thing about him or his personal life, and I was a man. Michel seemed to have trust issues when it came to women. He had no interest in a lover or a romantic partner. But a peer, a male friend. I guess Michel had probably been subjected to countless betrayals over the years. His mother, father, siblings, loved ones, but probably never at the hands of a friend. That's true. I doubted he'd even had a real friend before. Also true. So Morgana's proposal was for me to become his friend and then betray him. There's still time for you to go back in there and reveal everything, to see your wish to fruition. You could even ask for a miracle instead of a curse, to rid what ails you. Don't bother. I'm not interested in any of that anymore. I'm just gonna go back out into the forest and die. So nope, you won't get me to go back there. I don't understand. What on earth brought you to this decision? I stopped caring about getting back at my family. That hatred was what had kept me going for so long. It was what had driven me to wander in search of the cursed mansion. I had, in service of it, feigned getting friendly with Michelle, until at some point it stopped being fake. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I had found something more valuable than petty vengeance. And I had wanted to live the rest of my life and then die for that. With a bit more time, maybe I could have even told him that he'd pulled me up from such a dark place. And then, were it within my power, I'd have liked to done the same for him. But that was a dream beyond my reach. He would have to remain in his darkness for a while yet. I can understand losing interest in cursing them, but you're ignoring the other part of my offer, that I could wish for a miracle. Perhaps you don't believe the cursed wish can perform miracles, but you would be mistaken, my dear. In life, do you know what I was called? A saint. Well, you're a saint with one hell of a mean streak. My, now that was hardly called for. I'll pass on your miracle, too. Can't imagine it comes free of charge when the curse had a price. You want me to go in and tell him everything, right? What do you have to lose? What possible reason could there be for you to hesitate? That should be obvious even to you. I want him to think of me as a friend. That is what he wanted, after all. A peer, a male friend. So if I'm gonna go, I want to go out as that. You would give up your chance at life for something so utterly meaningless. I don't care how stupid you think it is. I didn't have enough time to pull him out of his dark place, but if at least he remembered me as a friend, then that had some positive effect on him, however insignificant, I much preferred that to anything the witch was proposing. Just don't you go blabbing once I'm gone. I can't make any promises, my dear. You say a word to him, and I'll curse you. My heavens, are you picking a fight with a witch? Do you honestly believe you can curse me? You bet I can. I could well turn into a witch like you once I'm dead. You very well could. You have all the makings of a fine witch. But you can rest easy, my dear. I won't be saying anything to him about you. Because you're too inconsequential to be worth mentioning again. No! And that's why he's been relegated to the side story. Ah! I beg your pardon? At the end of it all, the only one Michelle truly needs is me. What he wants is a curse, and I am the only one who can provide it. Girl, I think you're projecting. He's said 1,000,000 times he doesn't want a curse. You pretended to be his friend for a few weeks, but in a year's time, that memory will have eroded away into nothing. Your death will amount to nothing. All you did was cast a light on his isolation, and sooner or later, it'll transform him into an inhuman spirit who lives only to spread curses, much like myself. Now that I can say you're wrong about. Get her ass, Imion! There's more care and understanding in him than you realize. He hides it, but it's there. Don't fool yourself. The whole world isn't gonna bend to your whims, Morgana. There was nothing left that I could do. I couldn't leave any more of a mark on him, nor could I free him from her grip. But someday, someone would appear. Man, woman, friend, lover, it didn't matter. Someone would enter his life, take him by the hand, and lead him out of this cursed mansion. Someone would drag him out of his darkness. Well, you turned out to be quite the disappointment. Everything I once saw in your eyes has been purified away into nothingness. Mark my words, all your hopes will be in vain, and you can watch from the afterlife, helpless as everything I said comes to pass. Woo! Oh my goodness! Ichio-san! Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. Thank you. I super appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yay! What? Hey, Rachel! Oh, gifted. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting. Oh, wait, you gifted both of them. I was like, got so confused for a second. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting both of these subscriptions. To Ichio-san and Rachel, thank you so much. Wow, so generous. Thank you, thank you. Who else could be lurking in that viewer count? I'm just kidding. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Ah, all right. Thank you so much. All right. I got us. Taking a sip of water. And I'll be praying from the pearly gates that you're wrong. Well, this is where we part ways then. Farewell, Noemi. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Wait a second. Yo! They really were just like each other. And Imion is Noemi backwards. Holy fuck. Noemi was that girl in the portrait that was sent to be whoa! Noemi and Michelle were just like each other. You know, if only their families visited each other as kids, right? They lived right next to each other. And they had like the same life. Holy fuck. Being trans and everything. Yo! Looks like this is as far as I go. Yeah, Imion is Noemi backwards. Holy fuck. Plot twist. Can't see a damn thing anymore. But hey, it could be worse. I feel like I've been set free. Like all my shackles have been loosened. I found one thing to appreciate about this disease. It gave me the one chance in my life to be myself, to be a man. Haha. Hey, Michelle, we're not that different after all. You were My first friend, too. My real name was Noemi Castagnier. Imion, the name I went by, was just my first name spelled backwards, but truth be told, I was pretty fond of it. Anything else I might have come up with would have probably given away my gender straight off. Yes, stranger be so lovely today. Yay! Welcome to the club, Rachel. Nearly everything I told Michelle was a lie. From claiming I was a guy to the story of my escape. I hadn't used my good looks to trick a maidservant into helping, but instead manipulated a manservant. But looking back on it now, that it was all over, I felt like the fake me, Imion, was more me than the real thing. I'd always felt constricted my whole life. Nothing but barriers from the day I was born. I loved playing music, writing stories, running, riding a horse, swinging a sword, anything that gave me some sort of freedom. Y'all should have been... If only they would have known each other as kids, and it would have totally been possible, but they're like exactly the same. But I was only allowed that up until I was about 10 years old, at which point my life became training and everything I needed to be married off to some noble man. I still remembered those days vividly, sitting stone still, staring out the window while I had my portrait painted. I knew the girl in that portrait was the one, she was the girl in the portrait sent off to Georget. I caught sight of a large bird taking off to fly north, watching it flap its heavy wings. I fantasized about riding the bird off somewhere far away to a beautiful, boundlessly lush land no one had ever seen before. I would found my own nation, and I would be its first citizen. It would be a land without unfair rules and customs. A land where everyone was equal. Yeah, that's one thing Imion has that's different from Michelle, is the vivid imagination. Man, woman, young, old, a smile on everyone's face. And you would be free to choose who you spent your life with. There would be no nobility, and there would be no slaves. And in this land, I would finally be able to find my true self. Michelle? Michelle? Oh, goodness, what are you doing in here? Oh, Mother. Still looking at that painting, are you? Yes, there's something about it. You agree with me, don't you? It's a wonderful proposition, but your brothers never seem to want to listen to me. And they even had a painting of themselves as like the woman they'll be in a few years. They're exactly the same. Ah! We'll have to return this painting to the Castagners. And after they went through all the trouble... Indeed. But all that aside, it's time for supper, Michelle. We're celebrating Didier's return tonight, so don't you dawdle. You need to be there and show him how much you love him. Yes, Mother. I will be right down. Don't keep us waiting. It's been bothering me. Why I couldn't take my eyes off the painting of the Castagnier girl. But I think I figured it out. That forlorn look in her eyes. There was more than resignation in those eyes. A trace of longing lurked within them as well. She was looking out at a faraway world distant not only in physical location from our own, but in time as well. A boundless dream dwelled in her heart. I found myself slipping into her place, fantasizing about that same distant land. A place where I was allowed to be myself. And if by some chance I were able to make it there, would I find you there, Noemi? Ah! I think we made pretty good friends, don't you? Their time together was brief and they knew nothing of each other, so could they in fact be called friends at all? Those are his last words before disappearing into the darkness. Right, that was at the beginning. Could you be friends with someone so nearly a stranger you didn't know where they came from or who they truly were beneath the surface? Had they known, though, that they were aware of each other's inner selves, never would they have been able to become friends at all. Because they're the same person. We made pretty good friends. It was precisely because the two knew nothing that they were able to know one another. Ah! How can you say this? No! Oh, and that's how it ends, really. F. F. Yeah. Michelle had a counterpart he never knew about. Oh boy, it's a long journey. So the let me show you. Oh, now I can access everything. Oh my god. So if I do this a little, yeah, okay, good. All right, so Rachel, the house in Fata Morgana is the main game. I just have this edition on the Switch that has like all the extra stuff in it. So this is the main game. It's quite a journey. And when you get to the end is you get to Requiem for Innocence, which we finished earlier in the stream, is a prequel. And then there was some of these side stories in with a Requiem for Innocence that I was currently reading. And then reincarnation short stories. These are all new. This is all side story stuff. All supplemental material. So if you want to start, you'd have to start from the house in Fata Morgana. Though if you get this, it's called, I think this is called the House of Fata Morgana Dream of the Revenants edition, something like that. You'll get all the stuff in it, but this is where you will want to start. It's gonna make you sad, but man, it's a journey. I feel like I've been changed a little bit streaming all this. All right. So let's go look at Happily Ever After. Are you guys ready? I hope Enrique's still here. I think I heard vaguely about this. A tale beyond their happy end. Yay! I want a tale beyond their happy end. This is what I wanted! Oh, Rachel, this is gonna be so much spoilers though, so like ignore what you see about anything. Sticking on my Switch wish list then, and you get the full thing for the complete sadness experience. All right. Try to turn off your brain as much as possible for this next part, or else it might spoil the whole thing if you think about it too hard, so. Turn off your brain for this next part. Ah! Oh, I'm so excited! This is what I wanted! This is what I wanted! Ah! Okay, yes. Yes. Splatoon, good. Ooh, I'm so glad you're gonna go get it though, Rachel. I hope you have a painful but wonderful time, like a fulfilling time. That's what I'll say. All right, good luck with Sploon, and thank you for the lurk. All right. I'm so excited. Enrique, are you excited? No going back to sleep today, Michelle. Time. What's the time? What? 9? We're meeting at 10. That was my second alarm, wasn't it? Out of bed now, no time to waste. How big of an oaf would I look if I were late because I slept in? Normally, I have no problem waking up, but I had trouble falling asleep last night thanks to my nerves. What am I, a 5-year-old? Breakfast. I can do without. Eat your breakfast, bitch! Giselle's gonna yell at you. I need to get dressed and cleaned up. Teeth brushed? Check. Hair brushed? Check. All that hair? You're brushing all that hair? That's gonna take you the whole hour. Buttons all lined up properly? Check. Tag removed from my new shirt? Check. Room? A disaster. I was planning to go clean it when I got up this morning. That's fine though. It's not like I'm inviting her over. I shouldn't even be thinking about that on our first time out. Y'all already know each other though. Okay, all set. Here goes. The tale beyond their happy end. There are memories ingrained in my soul. Were I to tell anyone, they might think I was mad. Or maybe that I had been reading too many New Age self-help books. Or possibly even that I was a member of a shady cult. But in any event, it likely wouldn't give many people a good impression of me. If in my memory of my past life, the soul was held in great regard and the church wielded nearly absolute power, but neither of those things were true of the present day. While people had more freedom, more choices, and more opportunities than ever before, there were things they had lost, no longer accepted, that the soul was real, that miracles actually happened, that there was still so much about the world we didn't know, didn't understand. People these days were simply not inclined to accept such truths. But I wasn't particularly troubled by the fact that few were likely to believe me. I didn't feel alone in my knowledge, because I wasn't. Because on that faithful day, we found each other again. She turned toward me, the very same Giselle from my memories. And just as I recognized her, she too knew exactly who I was. For the two of us have memories. Memories ingrained in our souls. And no longer did those memories serve as shackles. If I can keep up this pace, I should make it right on time. Thank goodness. Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't growl in front of her. She's gonna yell at you for not eating. In a turn of events that can only be described as miraculous, we were reunited after nearly 1,000 years. It was the sort of dramatic moment you might see at the end of a movie, or a novel, or a visual novel. The point at which the story was finished and nothing more needed to be told. No, I agree. I want more. I want to see how they actually live their life, bro. But our lives continued on past that moment. Of course they did, and I want to see it. Damn it. An uneventful, hardly noteworthy succession of days, but that's the important shit. That's what I want to see. Nothing particularly different from what you might find in any other random person you chose off the street. But what you went through makes it all the more poignant. But it was that little fistful of happiness we had sought for so many years. Exactly! We were just two ordinary people now, There is no drama or excitement in the tale that follows. I don't care! Only a small slice of 2 regular lives. That's what I want! It had only been about a week since our reunion. And while I would have loved to grab Giselle by the hand and take her home with me right then and there, I couldn't simply uproot her from her own life. Both of us were busier than we had been in the Middle Ages, myself with work and her with university. So after that, we quickly caught each other up on our present life situations, exchanged contact information, and agreed to meet up the following week. I wonder if they're the same ages they were when they died. If they're exactly still the same distance apart in their lives. I then walked her to the station, and that was the end of that. Did I skip something? No, I didn't miss anything. I walked her to the station, and that was the end of that. A rather underwhelmingly mundane conclusion to such a dramatic, tearful reunion. Especially coming right after I had said, I want to spend my days with you, with that smile always by my side and nothing to get in our way. We don't even know if they were reborn in the same universe at this point. What do you mean? Though I suppose it shouldn't have come as any surprise that reality wasn't as simple as fairy tales. Reconstructed. Transdimensional thing. Yeah, but they're certainly on the same plane, and they're alive. Yes. Oh, you mean if they're in the same dimension as they were in the Middle Ages. I see what you mean now. I thought you meant Michelle and Giselle right now are from 2 different dimensions, and I was like, hey! Wait. No? I think they were both born here, but I get what you're saying now. That meant today would be our first chance to spend any real quality time together. Yes! All of that was for this? Yeah, I get it. Oh, yes! I feel like I just climbed a gigantic fucking mountain just because I wanted to see this scene, and I finally get to see it. I'm like, yes! Yes! I'm at the top of Mount Everest. I can look around at the giant view all around me and stretch out my back and be like, wow! I mean, yes, they came from the same place, but they're not necessarily in the same place. I guess we'll see. I guess it's true we don't know any details about their lives yet. Here, their lives now. Hence the butterflies in my stomach and having not gotten much sleep last night. By all accounts, I had no reason to be nervous. We knew each other better than perhaps 2 people ever should. But this was different. This was now. We weren't just in a new era. We'd been given entirely new lives. Not a second late. Am I here first? Thank goodness. I want to start off on the right foot here, and keeping her waiting is not the way to do that. Get a fucking croissant while you wait. You need to eat something, bro. But thankfully Michelle! Oh my god! Look at her! Look at her! Her boobs are even bigger in this timeline. Michelle! Did not make it here before her. Good morning! Ah! Look at him! He's so cute! He's so cute! Look at him! Look at him! He's so cute! I feel like the soul thing is not that material. The soul's data transcends different realities, and that miracle allowed them to remember while being in the same reality. Yeah. Ah, they're so cute! Ah! They're so cute! Look at Michelle! Look at Giselle! Giselle's dress is kind of ugly, but still, they're so cute! Michelle looks so good. Finally, you can kind of see how fucking skinny he is. He was always wearing, like, robes and stuff before. Ah, they're so cute! Okay. He's always been pale as fuck. He's just in proper light now, so you can tell. Good morning, Giselle. Are you feeling okay? You're red as a beet and you're breathing pretty heavily. Never felt better. Well, enough to do a little running, in fact. Oh god. No, I'm always like breathing heavily and red faced whenever I'm trying to get somewhere on time. I'm always like running. You ran all the way here? There was no need to rush. And yet he didn't even eat breakfast. You gotta go kick his ass, Giselle. I didn't want... I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Oh no, not at all. You're here right on time. I suspected you might show up early, so I wanted to be here at least 5 minutes beforehand. I suppose I did show up a bit early. When did you get here exactly? About 5 minutes ago, I think. Now the truth. 9:30. That's way too early! I was just, you know, I was so eager to see you again. I'm sorry, I let myself get a bit too excited, didn't I? No, it's fine. Oh no, look at his expression! It's so cute! His expression is so cute. I mean, I hardly slept for the same reasons, so... This is what I wanted! This is why I played through all of Requiem. I would have just skipped straight to this part. But... I needed to play it first. Anyway, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. No worries. I spent the extra time in the cafe right there and I couldn't have been happier. Happier about waiting? Absolutely. You could see the station's entrance through the cafe's windows. And as I was sitting there giddily imagining you out there among the crowds looking for me, that 30 minutes went by before I even knew it. Y'all need to go grab a coffee and give this man a fucking croissant. He hasn't eaten breakfast. Is that so? Was that creepy? No, not creepy at all. I just... My heart may have skipped a beat. They're so cute! They're so cute! And don't forget, I'm a pro when it comes to waiting. That is for fucking sure. Half an hour may as well be half a second. I'll still try and keep avoiding you waiting and avoid keeping you waiting in the future. I'd appreciate that. So, what's the plan? You said you were going to choose where we went. Yeah. Today's schedule was all on me, at my own request. For one, I wanted to show her that I could be more proactive than in the past, and for two, I wanted her to just be able to enjoy the day without worrying about anything else. After all, this was our first date. I'm a mess. Shall we start with a movie then? Yes, a movie! Ooh, I like that idea. I haven't been to the cinema in a while, but it's just not the same watching on a TV at home. I can't wait. Bro, this is all I want in life for me. Fuck them. No, I'm just kidding. I was afraid it might come off as too safe, but Giselle seems fond of the idea. Thank you, whoever invented movie theaters. And thank you, whoever wrote that dating manual. Did he spend all of yesterday fucking reading the dating manual? Yeah. Is that why you didn't sleep? So what are we going to see? Oh. Are we at the early 2000s? I guess that would track. Oh? What should we see? You didn't even think that far ahead, Michelle. You didn't get tickets. You didn't go on Fandango. So you only decided on a movie, not a specific one, Michelle? I thought you wanted to go because you had something in mind. Sorry, I was focused on figuring out where to take you. Trip 2 steps out of the gate. He still has that same facial expression when he's all embarrassed and stuff. Eee! It's the same. And she's got the same smile and it's so pretty. Oh, don't beat yourself up. It's fine. I feel like this is from the same time period as the other endings from the original Fata Morgana. The cars seem similar as well. Oh yeah, I would suspect so. I just wasn't sure what time period that was, but 2000s seems right. Finding something to see once you're there is fun too. Well, let's do that then. We'll go to one of the bigger theaters, something with a large selection. Perfect! And they should have some good popcorn too. Michelle, very, very silly question for you. Yes? Are you someone who gets popcorn at the theater? Ah! Well, she isn't lying about how silly it was. That said, my empty stomach appreciates her bringing up the subject of food. Eat some fucking popcorn, boy. Michelle? Right, not usually. I prefer to focus on the movie. Oh, really? I like to have a bag to munch on while I'm watching personally. By all means. It's not gonna bother you with me hearing me crunch in your ear? Not particularly, no. If it were anyone else, then maybe. Giselle gets special treatment. I'm in a popcorn mood today myself, so I'll get a bag as well. He's so... Why does he look so determined? Can't fight this hunger any longer. He's so cute. Oh? Alright then, we'll get one salted and one sweetened. Ooh, oh, so they can pick and choose which one they want? Ooh, they're both gonna eat popcorn together. Out of each other's bags. Very romantic. Ooh, the ticket counter's open. Have you decided what we're seeing? Is there anything you'd like to see? I was thinking you could choose. I want you to decide, Michelle. I'm curious to see what kind of movie you pick. I see. Well then. I get to choose? I get to... Naughty movie! I am so going back and choosing all of these. What do you... What should I pick? What should I pick? Romance? It is a date. Might get them wanting to smooch in the theater. I'm totally gonna go back and pick each one. I want to see what her fucking reaction is. She's gonna kill him. Not kill him. She's gonna make him squirm. She's gonna make fun of him. That's the word I'm looking for. I'll choose romance. And then I'm so gonna go back and look at these other ones. How about this one? Ooh, The poster, the title, everything about it oozes sappy romance. This was the last movie I would have expected you to pick, Michelle. Well, it's the occasion, you know? It's the two of you. It's a date. It's a date movie. Is this something you actually want to watch? You didn't just choose it for me, right? I have no particular objections to this movie, though I'm not especially interested in it either. Ooh, I know. You just want to see the lead actress naked. That's not even the naughty. It's gonna be another tragic love story. Oh no. Apparently the poster seems to exude sappy rom-com, but perhaps it is, maybe they're gonna pull a bait and switch on us and it's actually more like Romeo and Juliet. No! I beg your pardon. I mean, it is a romance movie, and that's an important part of romance. Maybe so, but I don't appreciate it. You making it sound like I'm just a horny teenage boy. Well, if that's not why you chose it, I'm stumped. What kind of person does she think I am? Nellie loved that one. Yeah, I bet. Oh yeah, she wanted to shake hands with Shakespeare himself. That's right. I remember that. I simply thought it would be more appropriate for a date than, say, a horror film or a thriller. That's what I'm saying, date movie! That's why I picked it. And crucially, it's the kind of movie I can only watch with you. Oh, yeah! The audience does tend to be groups of women or couples. It would be pretty awkward going alone, huh? Could you imagine Michelle going to a rom-com by himself? He would rather die. That's not what I meant at all. I was just concerned with helping set the mood. That's what I was thinking. Set the mood. Get some smooching. That's exactly what I had in mind. But whatever, I suppose. This is also true. Well, you can rest easy today, Michelle. Now you get to be the guy everyone's jealous of, walking into a sappy chick flick with a pretty girl on your arm. You could stop cursing every couple you walk past now. Ooh, are you speaking from personal experience, Giselle? Why are you acting like I'm some kind of sad, lonely loser? Well, you mean you weren't before now? You sure look the part. Get him. Oh no! Movies remind you of the Finicus wheel? No! This is making it sad! Wait, this is like the only part of the game that isn't sad, and still we're like remembering the fucking Finicus wheel? You're like remembering Nellie and Jacopo and the white-haired girl. And you're like, is it gonna be a tragedy? I think this game has traumatized you too, Enrique. You're looking behind the sheet and under it and being like, where does it turn sad? Where is the tragedy? All right, well, I'll go get the tickets. I won't be too long. I'm coming with you, and I'd at least like to pay for... No, please, allow me, if you would. Ah, look at that smile. Oh, okay. I thank you. Wait. I just realized the movie poster behind her is totally Inglourious Bastards. Although they were probably just looking for stock photos. Let's see. I think that did come out in the 2000s. Yeah, 2009. Maybe we can say this is 2009. Oh my god. Hilarious. So if we picked action, would they be go seeing Quentin Tarantino? All right. That's totally Inglourious Bastards behind them. That's so funny. Now they're back from the movie. Ah, that was wonderful. I can't stop thinking about the ending when they finally got together. I cried all the way through the credits and then some. I'm impressed with how well you held yourself together, Michelle. Well, you know. It wasn't so much a matter of me holding myself together as me being so focused on her, I hardly paid attention to the movie. Ooh, Michelle, you're in love! I spent the whole time thinking about how maybe I should try to hold her hand or something. You didn't even kiss her during the movie. You're such a loser. I have no idea what the movie was even about. And I didn't even manage to do that. I'm hopeless. Michelle? Oh yeah, right. It was a wonderful movie. It was! So tell me, what was your favorite scene, Michelle? He's gonna be like, what? Ew, what was yours, Giselle? It's a tough choice, but I have to go with the part where the girl's about to fall in a pit of lava and the guy risks death to save her. What the hell kind of movie was that? She just made that up, didn't she, to test him? I agree. That part had me on the edge of my seat. You don't remember a thing about the movie, do you, Michelle? I knew it! I called it. I know these people too well now. Huh? Why on earth would there be any lava pits? Maybe it was Joe versus the volcano. You don't know. That's a pretty romantic movie. I swear, you were distracted the whole time. Sorry. See, I knew she would see through it. I was right, wasn't I? You don't like romance movies very much. I want you to pick something you would like, not force yourself to sit through something just for me. It's not that I don't like them, just... Next time, we'll see something more to your tastes. Maybe a movie about a serial killer that targets couples. What? Why do you think I have some kind of grudge against couples? I mean, you look the part. I probably deserve that, but still. Alright, so what's next on the agenda? I was thinking we'd go to a cafe nearby and relax. Or maybe a park? The weather is quite nice. Let's go to the park then. I brought lunch for us. Oh, you did? Does that mess up your plans? Oh no, not at all. I'm thrilled. I love your cooking. Oh, he's so cute. Thank you. Oh, he's so cute. This will be the first time you've had in a millennium, huh? Oh my god, 1,000 years since you last tasted Giselle's cooking. Not something you hear every day. Oh, I just realized. Are you all right spending so much time outside? You're still sensitive to sunlight, aren't you? Sorry, I should have asked you sooner, but it completely slipped my mind. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. A lot of progress has been made in the last 1,000 years. My doctor has me using special sunscreen, and I make sure to keep a pair of sunglasses on me at all times. While it does still cause slight inconveniences, the difference between before is night and day. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, I want to see Michelle with sunglasses. I like this spot. They're having a picnic. They're having a picnic. There certainly are a lot of people here, though I suppose it is the weekend. Looking out at the beautiful scenery, everyone's just quietly enjoying themselves. Life is good, wouldn't you say? Look at them. You can even nap here. The weather is great, so I can hardly blame them. Would you like to join the fun after we eat? My lap is yours for the napping. Ooh. I would love, absolutely. Nothing more, but I don't want to answer too quickly and come off as clingy or creepy. Dude, this is literally Giselle. You can just say yes. Plus, I feel like it would be rude to sleep on our first date. Bro, get over yourself. Let's spread out the blanket and have lunch then, shall we? I made an assortment of sandwiches. You snooze, you lose. That's right, Michelle. Get over yourself and say, yes, I will lay on your lap and take a snooze in the afternoon sun. Oh, they had the sandwich picnic. Ah, they're so cute. Look at them. They're so cute. They're having a nice little picnic. Oh, they're so cute. Okay. Thank you very much. The sandwiches were delicious. Oh no, it was my pleasure. I'd love to make you something a little more hearty next time. You'll have to come over sometime. I'd be happy to. But don't you live with your family? Would that make it too awkward? I'll wear my best suit and bring a gift. That would just make it even more awkward. My mom and sister are relaxed, friendly girls. Oh, she even gets her mother and sister back in this life. Wah! Make yourself right at home. And your father? I know he passed away when she was young in our previous lives. Oh, my dad. And I guess it's the same this time around. Oh God, I forgot about him. He's always like, if you bring a guy home, I'll make sure he never comes back again. Oh, it's different this time, bait and switch. Right, I'm glad to hear he's alive and well. He's a bit overprotective. I don't think he actually means it though. I'll have to meet them eventually. So I'll make sure I'm ready for anything. And, how are your parents, Michelle? They're doing fine. They live in the suburbs not far from here, and I go back to visit occasionally. Ooh, neat. It sounds like things are pretty different for both of us this time around. Out of curiosity, are your parents Lady Lydia and Lord Antonin? I don't think the Lord and Lady is necessary. Ah, force of habit? No. They are not my parents this time. Thank fucking God! And ever since my memories came back, I've had odd moments of dissociation where my life doesn't feel like it belongs to me. Oh yeah, that's happened to me a few times too. Some things are the same as before, but a lot's changed. Sometimes memory of my old family comes back to me, and I start wishing I could see them again. Tell me. Am I any different? I am, aren't I? No, you're not! I can't possibly be the exact same person I was back then. I have a different family, different values. I was raised in a different environment. The same could be said of me. I have led a very different life than my previous one. I've read that we're always changing, that we're never exactly the same person we were even a second ago. Oh? Cells are constantly dying and dividing. Around 10% of the bone tissue in your body is replaced every year. I can hardly be considered the same man I was merely a few years ago, never mind an entirely different life. I guess. And that's just on a physiological level. The mind is the same way. And I didn't think and feel the same way as a child that I do now. We are, in essence, in a perpetual state of transformation. I still think of you as the same Michelle, though. And I you. That's all there is to it. While scientifically speaking, we may be constantly changing, we're still able to recognize each other as each other. And perhaps that is the nature of the soul. She's like, whoa, mind blown. I love the Giselle of a second ago, the Giselle of the present, and the Giselle of every second to come, all is one. Hey, that was pretty smooth. That was pretty smooth, Michelle. Keep this up. She's blushing. That was pretty smooth, Michelle. Let's do this. Let's fucking go. Me too. Oh, his eyes are so full of love. Now that is something the old Michelle would never have said. Could never have said, I imagine. Jeez, you caught me off guard and now I'm all flustered. I can refrain in the future if you would prefer. No, don't even think about it. Tell me more. I want to hear more. I'll see what I can do. Way to kill the mood, Captain Awkward. Putting pressure on me like that isn't making this any easier. You really aren't all that different, are you? Probably not. I still sometimes wonder if maybe this is all a dream. I honestly wasn't sure we would ever cross paths, that we would ever have this reunion. I even questioned whether anything I remembered was true. Maybe I was just delusional. No one believes in reincarnation or past lives today, so it was sometimes hard to believe it myself, you know? But still, you came looking. For as much as I couldn't believe, I wanted to believe 10 times more. That our time together, that the things I felt, that everything that took place in that mansion wasn't just my delusion. And I'm so glad I did. As am I. I felt much the same way. I thought I was confused, my mind playing tricks on me, but as time passed and the fog slowly cleared, I felt a strange certainty that I would find you if I went there. And I'm so glad I did. I wonder what everyone else is up to. Everyone else? I mean, we're here, so it wouldn't be that strange if everyone else that was trapped in the mansion were too. On my way to go see you that day, I actually ran into someone who we might have known. Oh? A man with wavy hair lost his hat in the wind, and I picked it up for him. When he saw me, he asked if we had met before. And the way he talked, it sounded like he was looking for someone. Do you... Yeah, that was kind of rough being reborn with the memories instead of remembering only when they saw each other again. Yeah. I think that would have been a little much if they had seen each other and only remembered then. That would have been kind of like put you in the hospital. Like, that would have been a lot to take in all at once. Do you want to maybe see if we can find them? And do what? I don't know. Have a class reunion? Literally Kira touching the Death Note memory overload. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, that's right. Like that. Like that. Except like, it's thousands of years. It's like 1,000 years and all of these deaths and everybody else's lives too on top of the Death Note memory overload. 1,000-year reunion would be quite the unusual event. I wouldn't mind seeing them, though I don't think we should go out of our way looking. They have their own lives now, much like we have ours. We're free from the shackles that once bound us, and we should continue to be free and walk our own paths. Yeah, you're right. No way a baby can understand all that information. I think the memory did come back in fragments. 'Cause, you know, Michelle did just, describe it as, his life slowly, like a fog, was around his memories, right? And when he got older and the fog lifted, he became certain about his past. So, I bet it probably did come back little by little. Yeah, you're right. Though I do kind of hope we run into each other sometime. If we do, that simply means we were traveling intersecting paths. I like the sound of that. The hand of fate guides us. Indeed. Though to tell you the truth, until recently I didn't believe in fate or miracles or souls or anything that couldn't be demonstrated by science. Oh, you didn't? Well, I guess that's normal in this day and age. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I can no longer not believe. It would be hard not to. Michelle? I know I just said we shouldn't go out of our way to look for anyone. Kind of rough, maybe he told someone else and they thought him delusional. It's possible. He was saying earlier that the fear of that kind of kept him quiet about it, so he was keeping it to himself, but it's possible he might have tried to explain that, especially when he was a kid. It might have been the same way to Giselle, and they might have been like, oh, you have such an imagination, sweetie, you know? But there is one person I would like to find. Morgana. He's talking about Morgana, Giselle. Oh, I know. Your brothers. I said one person. Though I would like to see them too. Are you an only child in this life? I was referring to her. I promised her that when we met again, we would be friends. You remembered that too! You good little boy! A scientist would still be rationalizing everything instead of saying it's supernatural. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna read that again a little. Yeah. We must protect Morgana at all costs, yes. That when we met again, we would be friends. I'd like that too. To see her again, to be friends, and to put a smile on her face. Well, I think we've done enough relaxing to last all week. What's next on the schedule? I mean, I wouldn't mind staying here all day if that's what you want. I was thinking we could head into town, maybe do some window shopping. Sounds like a plan. Oh, that sounds so fun. I'm going window shopping. Was there something funny about that? Just who would have thought the day would come when you would suggest we go out on the town together? I wasn't holed up in there because I wanted to be. If things were different, I would have had no problem going outside. If you say so, Michelle. She's gonna tease him forever. Paris! Oh, city of romance! Oh, oh my god! Taking Giselle to the bookstore! Oh, speaking of books, have you ever thought about writing anything, Michelle? Write a novel? Why would I? We've had some rather unique experiences, and I thought they might make a good book, or a good visual novel. First of all, I have the writing ability of a 7th grader. Oh, that's surprising. Do I look like the writing type? You're smart. It seems like something you'd be good at. I would probably be a much better conversationalist if I were any good with words. Yeah, right, the house in Fata, Morgana. We gotta get Giselle to write it. I bet she'd be good at it. She just has to channel her maid days. The maid could write a hell of a novel, you know? So that means Morgana has the potential. I mean, not Morgana, Giselle has the potential. If our universe had to suffer that pain, this universe must know that pain as well. Yes, exactly. Make everyone suffer. Make you and me suffer on stream for weeks. Stella, leave that alone. I wasn't actually sure if you realized how bad you were at that. I can assure you I'm well aware. But you know, being able to express yourself verbally and on paper are two completely different skill sets. It may take you an hour to come up with exactly the right words to use, but writing doesn't have a time limit. Maybe if it's not your job. If you don't have editor deadlines. Regardless, I don't think I could write about that. How about you? I suspect you might be the better fit for the job. That's what I'm saying! What? Me? I don't think I'd make a very good writer either. And this is gonna sound silly coming from me as the one who suggested it, but I think it might be best to keep our memories to ourselves. Yeah, that does sound rather silly. Putting something so personal, so special like that out there for all the world to see kind of makes it lose a little bit of that magic, you know? Well, funny, considering you can take your time with your first project. This is true. This is true. Yeah, the deadlines only count if you're already a published author. Yeah, I was just teasing the phrasing. I know that if it was like your first manuscript you ever wrote, nobody's holding a gun to your head saying, finish it by this date. But yeah. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And so much of those experiences, I could never put into words, no matter what I thought of my own writing ability, nor am I interested in putting them on display. They're precious, in part because they're our experiences, and I would like to keep it that way. Yeah. Well, it sounds like we're in agreement, so next topic. Author flex? I see you. Yeah, for real. The flex of the person writing this being like, oh, Michelle could never put it into words, but I did. Me, the writer of the visual novel. We should buy something while we're here. Then we can sit shoulder to shoulder on the sofa and read together. Yes, you guys gotta do that again. I gotta read together again. I have no objections. However, it might be best to buy separately so we each have something we can enjoy. One book. One couch. A trip down memory lane. Pardon? You remember that time we sat by the fireplace together reading from the same book? You were so stiff and cold. That was before we had fallen in love even. But that was right about the time we started getting closer. Or do you not remember? Of course I do. I remember that day crystal clear. I heated up some awful wine on the fire and then we made ourselves nice and warm and read a book of adventure stories. As I recall, I was not yet especially kind to you at that point in time. Although, I still consider it a happy memory. In that case, how about we look for something nice and old to spark more of those memories? Yes, let's. Oh, they're so cute! Ah, the Arc de Triomphe. That's probably not how you say it at all. I can't believe the sun's already set. Why can't there be more time in a day? Your parents will probably be worried if you're out much longer. Let me walk you to the station. Giselle? Give me 3 seconds. That's her phone. I presume she's calling home? Ah, hey Mom? I'm out with a couple friends and you'll never guess what happened. We ran into a few Oh, she's finessing! Let's go, Giselle! We ran into a few girls I haven't seen since high school. We're going to be staying the night at one of their houses so we can get... Oh, Giselle's putting on the moves. Good for you, girl. Well, we're going to be staying... But he's like, no, my messy room. No. And she's going to tease him to death. We're going to be staying the night at one of their houses so we can catch up. I'll be back sometime tomorrow. Yep, I've got everything. See you. Well, you heard me. Are you sure about this? And do you lie to your mother like that all the time? I just haven't told her I have a boyfriend yet, and I don't have time to have that conversation with her tonight. Unless you don't want there to be a tonight. I didn't think you were the lying type. I can be a bad girl when I feel like it. She believed me without a second thought because I'm normally so well behaved. I've never given her a reason not to trust me. And you're sure about this? Would you rather I go home? I never said that. We have plenty of time ahead of us. There's no need to rush anything. She's like, do I give a shit? No. I've tried to hide it and probably not done the best job of it, but I've been over the moon all day today. And who wouldn't be? I finally reunited with the man I spent an eternity waiting for. And this is so today's the first time I get to spend any real time with him. She's like, it's been 1,000 years. We're boning tonight. It might seem like we have all the time in the world, but you never know what might be waiting around the corner. We both experienced the reality firsthand. Yeah, that's true. Were you not as excited as me, Michelle? Have I been getting myself worked up over this all by myself like an idiot? Was I alone in thinking this would be the most important day of my life? No, of course not. When I saw you last week, the last thing I wanted to do was to let you go home. I wanted to carry you right back with me, right then and there. But I didn't want to put you in a position where I was forcing you to uproot your own life, possibly getting in the way of your education. If any time was called for a little pushiness, that was it. Yes, this was just an ordinary date, but it's a miracle it ever happened. It is! It is! I'm sorry. I want to spend as much time with you as I can, Giselle. Will you stay with me? Absolutely! And now he's got to panic clean his room. Oh, and there's another thing that's changed about you, Michelle. You learned some basic social skills, like reading between the lines. You act like I wouldn't have been able to figure out what you wanted me to say back then. Okay, you're right, I probably wouldn't have. I didn't think you'd concede that one. Anyway, what now? Should we find a restaurant and have supper? Remember what I said about being pushy? Now's the time. What? Meaning... You're gonna make me spell it out for you? I want you to... Take her back to your place, idiot! Take me to your... Of course. Dude, now you're gonna have to panic clean your room. You didn't realize this before? I would love to take you back to my... Crap. Now he realizes it. It's still a complete mess. But if I bring her to a hotel, it'll look like that's all I'm in it for. I just need to ask her to wait for a little bit to buy me enough time to at least make it look like a tornado didn't just pass through. Yeah, exactly. Michelle? Oh, let me guess. Your place isn't presentable. Well, that might be putting it lightly. How many naughty posters do you have? Not a one. What about blow up doll? Get him. Even fewer. Fewer than none. Negative. I have -1 sex dolls in my apartment. What do you think I am? You don't need to hide anything from me, Michelle. No matter how strange your fetishes are, I promise I won't judge you. I love the old Michelle and I love the new Michelle, all as one. I did not expect my declaration of love in the park to be turned around on me quite like this. I swear, there's nothing weird about my place. I've just been so busy with work lately I haven't had a chance to clean, so it's a bit of a wreck. Oh, pish. Well, if that's all it is, I'll gladly help you make it sparkle. I mean, she was a maid for hundreds of years. No, I'm not bringing you over to have you clean for me. Please, give me maybe 30 minutes. You can... Nope. What? I'm not spending 30 minutes, even 30 seconds, away from you just because your place is a little messy. It won't be long, I swear. No doesn't mean not long. It means no. I lied to my mom so I could have this time with you. And think about it. Wouldn't it be better for both of us if I could see you as you are, not how you want to look for me? Not how you want to look for me? She is making some points, Michelle. To help pave the way for our future. She is making some points. She's gonna have me under her thumb for the rest of my life, isn't she? Yep, she is. You are whipped. Let's go. Off we go then. First some groceries, then back to your place. Cooking dinner at your place. Off we go. And here we... I said I wouldn't judge you, but I don't think I can keep that promise. Ah! See, this is why he was embarrassed. What'd I tell you? All right, time to roll up our sleeves and make this place shine. Oh, you know, this kind of reminds me of 1,000 years ago. Here's hoping I don't suffocate in a cloud of dust this time. Oh, when she was cleaning the whole mansion. Ha ha ha. Hey, it looks great. Ew! See, that didn't take too long between the two of us. Man, you need to get better furniture, Michelle. It's kind of drab. I apologize for making it take any of your time. Is it? Oh my god, his male living space. This is Michelle's male living space subreddit entry. Oh, don't be, really. I'm mostly glad it didn't turn out to be a bunch of gross rotting food. Swarming with bugs would be a bridge too far, I think. And I can tell you've been busy from all the thick books and stacks of papers. Then reference manuals or document stacks are a rarity. I try to keep as much of it digitally as I can, but a lot of these papers and reports aren't available in any other format. You're a systems engineer, was it? Ooh! He's a systems engineer! He's a smarty! He's got that tech money! Y'all are gonna be good! That's right. I was working at a company until a few years back, but I've been keeping steady work as a contractor lately. Wow! I'm amazed! The Michelle I knew would cower at the sound of work and could hardly have survived for 3 days on his own. Get him! You know, before I found you, I'd assumed you would be a noble like last time, so you assumed I was a helpless shut-in. And boy, am I glad you didn't turn out to be King Neat again. Ooh! Get him! King Neat! Get his ass! I'm glad to have not disappointed you. I also kind of suspected you would end up making video games. So again, like a Neat. I hardly even play games. What gave you that idea? I'm not sure. Visions of a parallel universe, perhaps? That has something to do with one of the side stories, doesn't it? I heard about this. Cece was saying something about this, that there was an April Fool's whatever, where Michelle was a video game dev. So we need to see these side stories and see the reality where he was a video game dev. We're gonna definitely see that tomorrow. I'm gonna try to... I'm assuming the rest of the side content can be done within tomorrow's stream, but I guess I'm just assuming still. Visions of a parallel universe, perhaps? I'm not even going to ask. What about you? Do you have a dream job, Giselle? I want to open a shop. Maybe because I came from a merchant family in my last life, but I've always been interested in running some kind of store. I'm even majoring in economics. I could see her running a stationery store. Or something cute, some kind of boutique. Huh. I like that idea. If I do manage to get something up and running, I hope you'll help out. Absolutely. I'll do anything I can if it leads to a brighter future for you. Aww. Okay, well, I'm gonna borrow your kitchen for a bit. Is there anything I can help with? You made lunch too, so I'd feel awful doing nothing. Last I checked, you and cooking were a dangerous mix. I'd like to think my taste buds are a little more refined this time around. Hopefully. In that case, I think I'll have you chop the veggies. But I'm the one who puts everything together, okay? She doesn't believe me. I'm stuffed. It was wonderful, thank you. Watching you work is like watching someone perform magic. Was I doing something funny you didn't tell me about? No, that's not what I meant. Just the way you managed to make everything so perfect without even looking at a recipe. Well, cooking is kind of a hobby of mine, but I lost a bit of preparation time to cleaning, so I couldn't make everything I wanted to. Next time I'll make you something real fancy though, like a roast chicken. Let's save that one for Christmas. I don't think when we have it makes the sight of the two of us just sitting around I don't think when we have it makes the sight of just the two of us sitting around a large roast chicken any less ludicrous, though. It would be kind of funny, though. I want to see it. Oh, yes. Shall we open the wine now? Ooh, setting the mood. So you only brought me home so you could get me drunk and have your way with me. I think that was you. That was your intentions, wasn't it? I'm just kidding. Only consensually. What? I mean, Giselle, you can't say you didn't. I'm joking. Let's have some wine, shall we? I never said I wasn't okay with it, right? Oh, this is still a ways out, but I thought I would mention I'm going to be moving sometime next year. Oh, but this is a perfectly fine apartment. No, it's freaking, subreddit male living spaces. Y'all need to go somewhere better. I mentioned my parents lived in the suburbs a little ways from here, right? Well, they're planning to buy a new house soon, so I'll be taking over their old place. No point in letting it sit unused, I figure. Sounds familiar. It's not a creepy mansion, is it? Wow. Is your family rich then? Not extravagantly wealthy or anything, but reasonably well off. Upper middle class Michelle! Looks like nobility runs in your blood after all. That's the literal definition, yes, but I don't think that's how it works. Anyway, it's bigger than here. So I was hoping you could come join me once things settle down at school. You're asking me to move in with you? I am. Absolutely! I'd love to! In fact, I was planning to start bringing stuff over here soon anyway. I didn't think you'd be the one to ask me. I figure it doesn't hurt to be pushy every now and then, right? I mean, that's what she was saying earlier. Oh, they're so cute. Ooh, I'm so excited! Let me know when you have a date. I'll help with the move. Certainly. I'm quite looking forward to it as well. Ooh, hello. Thank you for letting me use your shower, Michelle. Oh my god, they're finally gonna bone. It's been 1,000 years. And your clothes? Oh, wearing your boyfriend's clothes. No problem. Although they are rather big on you. A little tight around the chest. My heart's kind of starting to race now. In a different house, wearing different clothes with a different smell. Smell? I'm pretty sure that's clean. Should I get you something else? No, they don't smell. They smell like you, which makes me smile. Oh God, what am I saying? Oh, I forgot to mention, I only have one. There was only one bed. I only have one bed. The perfect number. Well then, right this way. After you. Hey, Michelle. Are you nervous? Not at all. We've slept together before in the past. Oh yeah, I suppose we have. This time feels different. My heart's pounding like crazy. I take it back. I'm nervous too. Hey, can we hold hands? Sure. I want you to know I'm the happiest girl in the world right now. So happy I'm scared I'll wake up and it will all be a dream. Or tomorrow will come and it'll all be torn away from me. I thought I was supposed to be the worrywart. And you're the eternal optimist. Normally, you have nothing to fear. I will never let go of this hand again. No vanishing on me or pushing me away or anything like that, okay? I promise. Let's make this happiness into something that lasts forever. You and me, together. No getting bored of me once I'm over the hill, either. I would never. Besides, I'll be making it there well ahead of you. I expect you to grow up to be the classiest 40-something in town, and don't you forget it! I'll try not to disappoint you. I think he will be a classy 40-something. Hey, Michelle. I love you. More than anything in the world. Thank you so much for finding me in this life. And thank you for waiting so long and never giving up. Both in this life and the last. Retro! Retro, hello? Thank you for the hydrate. I think I needed that. Retro, how long have you been watching? Ah, hello. You've been looking for the past several hours, so you saw everything that's been going on? Wow. I appreciate it, Retro. Thank you. So I don't have to explain where we're at. Giselle, I love you too. Good night, Michelle. So they are taking it slow. Wake up. Wake up, Michelle. So bright. I thought I shut the curtains. Morning, sleepyhead! Giselle. Good morning. Wait, forget that. Do-over. Ahem. Good morning, master. Nowadays, that's good. I hope you slept well. Haha. I can say without a doubt, I have never slept better nor awoken to a more pleasant sight in my entire life. Aww, she likes that. And so their happy ending continues on. That was so good, thank you. This is the food I've been wanting this whole time. Thank you for the meal. Novik Tail, thank you for the meal. There's more. I believe I'm on the second floor. Ah, yes, there it is. But I need my key to get in. The landlord should be able to help me with that. He lives upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my, why hello there. Are you our new neighbor? Yes, I move in today. Were you not told where to find your key? It was a rather sudden move, so perhaps it was missed in the confusion. Oh, is that so? Well, your key's right here, darling, on the back of your mailbox door. Here you are. Thank you. You don't smile much, do you, darling? It's a real shame. You're very pretty. I've just never been very good at it. Is this Morgana? I bet this is Morgana. Practice makes perfect. Thank you for your assistance. And it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Good day. Good day. Oh, why? Thank you too, darling. Well, I should go. Before you go, make sure to stop by and say hi to the landlord. Don't tell me the landlord is Jacopo. I assumed you were? Oh, heavens, no. I live on the 3rd floor. The landlord's one level up on the very top floor. My apologies for the confusion. Oh, that's the girl. My apologies for the confusion. It's the weekend, so he should be home. He recently took over for his parents, and my, oh my, he is the prettiest young man I've ever seen. I'm not sure how a man would be called to being, would take to being called pretty, but I'll be darned if there's a better word to describe him. If I were another 30 years younger, I might have tried to go after him myself. You can't be what, 15, 16 years old? Still in high school and already living on your own. You're moving fast, darling. Are your parents... I have a lot to unpack, so I should really get going. Oh dear, so sorry for keeping you. There's Emily in Paris, but it's Morgana, right? If you need anything, just give me a shout, okay? Morgana in Paris. Or the landlord. I'm sure he'll be happy to help too. It's probably the Lord, as you guessed, right? It was a pleasure meeting you, darling. You too, ma'am. She's a bit overwhelming. I hope the landlord isn't quite so boisterous. She said he was a pretty young man. Well, I should at least say hello. I can leave my bags inside and unpack when I'm done. Oh, a butterfly. How did you get in here? See, I told you it was Morgana. It's moving kind of sluggishly. Don't worry, I'll get you back outside where you belong. Take care. This is the place. I'm not looking forward to this. Too many new people in one day. Coming! It'll just be a second. Oh! Oh! If it was an ugly landlord, do you think the girl would say hello? I think Morgana would. Oh! I should have picked up the hints when Michelle said he was taking over the house for his parents and it's big. I didn't expect it to be like divided up into units, you know? Oh, so the landlord is Michelle, which also lines up with the, oh, he's the prettiest young man I've ever seen. I'm coming after him. Oh, so they're gonna be friends again with Morgana. Ah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So it's not Jacopo. Oh. Poggies! Coming! It'll be just a second. A woman's voice, but the landlord's a man, isn't he? Maybe his sister or wife? I'll get it. Wait, that voice. It's probably the new girl. We should both go out to greet her. You've heard Giselle's voice way longer than you've heard Michelle's voice. You should probably, although she did like have all the pep drained out of her, so maybe she's not used to hearing that. We should both go out and greet her. Ah. Yep, you were right. It's our new neighbor. It's a pleasure to have you. And look at them! They're so pretty! We meet again. No! They're so cute! We meet again. See you again. They're so happy to see Morgana. And that this is like in the same as a Requiem for Innocence and Fragment. Oh, it's unlocked. I have no idea how long Fragment is. Or else I'm like, maybe I should save it for tomorrow? Or, because I was gonna meet up with somebody later to help them with stuff. But, damn, I don't know how long Fragment is. If only Danny was here. You don't think no, that's such a good ending. I'm so happy. I just want to keep on this high, right? This is what I wanted. Oh. Yes, let's save it for tomorrow. I wanna just ride on this high for a little bit. That was like my reward. My reward at the end of that hellish journey, right? Oh, yay, that's what I wanted. It was worth it. All right. I guess I should. Oh, thank you guys for watching through this with me. That was a trip, and I'm so happy. This is what I wanted to see the whole time. Oh my god. And best part, tomorrow, we're gonna see more Morgana. Because look, you go to reincarnation, look who it is, it's Morgana! In modern clothes. Apparently she's still a goth. And still into Jesus, still into God. And then short stories looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh! All right, guiding the raid. I will. I don't think I've raided Doodle Frange before. All right, we're gonna raid Doodle Frange 863. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. Sweet Froggy Frange. Yay, I'm gonna go meet them. All right, the raid is going out, and I will try to finish all of this Fata Morgana side content tomorrow. So tomorrow's gonna be our final day. Woo! All right, I hope you guys are looking forward to it. Tomorrow will be the end. Yeah, thank you guys for watching, and thank you for your support so much. Thank you. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.